Blackman Parish Government Council meeting is now called to order, July the 9th, 2020, at 5:57 p.m. We'll have roll call. Let the record show that all 9 council members are present. We'll move to item 2.
There is no executive session, and there are no proclamations. Status report by the parish president. Item 1, discussion and update on Renata Trailer Park broken gas line. Councilmember Roussel.
Good evening. In the absence of the president being here and after reviewing the charter, all of these questions have been addressed by the directors, and they're ready to answer any questions you all may have.
The reason that I put this on the agenda was because the constituents wanted the answers, and I would appreciate that at least you would address the position of the parish as far as added expense or liability on this project, since it is a parish project for the public's purpose. And I appreciate the way that, y'all go ahead and you write all of these answers down, but a lot of this information is being asked because the public would like to know. And so I think that we ought to have some public discussion on these things so the public is informed rather than not having to answer them in public.
And Mr. Roussel, the directors are here and ready to answer any questions. They can address these questions item by item if you would like.
Okay, that's what I'd like.
In regard to the Renata Trailer Park sewer line, we know there was a problem. They hit a gas line. The gas line's been repaired. The contractor who was doing the bore with the sewer line has now sent new drawings to DOTD and to the railroad for permit approval to do an offset on the line that they're trying to run under the highway. It's already under the highway. They need to move it past the highway to the back to get around the gas line, and they're waiting on permit approval from DOTD and from the railroad.
And is there any potential liability for the government on the damages that might have been caused to surrounding areas for lack of gas supply?
We don't feel like there's any liability to Plaquemines Parish government.
And that's a legal opinion from the legal department?
No, that's my opinion.
Yeah, I wouldn't speculate at this moment in time.
So that was the question that was brought to me from some of the people in the area, wanting to know if we were going to be liable for anything. And the answer, I guess, is no.
Yeah, the answer is I'm not going to speculate. I don't know enough about the factual circumstances to know and express whether or not there be any liability. And as the parish attorney, to do so at this time, I think would be inappropriate.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Coronavirus update and where we stand. Councilmember LaFrance.
You let us know. I know currently we are under the governor's orders of stage 2 to the mid-July. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are we planning on implementing any new restrictions?
Not at this time.
Do y'all know of any hot spots that we have in this parish?
Right now, I can say Patrick sent us the report, and I forwarded it to you all. We are doing the rapid test at PMC, which gives you the results in 15 to 30 minutes, and copay have to be paid. And we are testing throughout the parish 3 days a week. And those tests that's being done with the assistance of the National Guard takes 10 to 12 days to get the results. And right now, as far as any hot spots, we're doing more testing, so sure we're getting more positives because we're doing more testing. So to say that there's just a hot spot, no.
Have y'all been informed that there was some hot spots at the poultry plant?
Yes, we were informed about the cases at the poultry plant. And I'll go on to say that we have already set up testing for next week. Tuesday, they're going to be at the Beers YMCA. Wednesday, they will be at the Bell Chase Auditorium. And on Thursday, they'll be at the Day Event Center doing testing from 8 to 11:30 each day.
You know if the president is planning on implementing any new mandate like wearing masks in every public place, like going to the store and stuff like that?
No, I do not. We're following the governor's mandates, and we're still following Phase 2 guidelines.
You know if he's planning on giving us a weekly report? I remember one time we was getting a daily report, because is it possible we can get a weekly report?
I can ask.
Okay. Mr. Russo, you have any questions?
Just would like to know how many confirmed cases in the parish and how many deaths?
We have 291 positive cases and 17 COVID deaths. We haven't had any deaths since May.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the table? Audience? Next question, please.
Update regarding the Point-a-la-Hache Ferry, specifically the following matters. Number one, what are the current operational hours of the ferry?
Current operational hours of the Point-a-la-Hache Ferry are 6 a.m. to 7:45 p.m. on Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. All other days, the hours are 6 a.m. to 7:45 a.m. and 6 p.m. to 7:45 p.m.
Mr. Bartholomew?
That's fine. That's what it is. No questions.
Next question, please.
What were the operational hours prior to March of 2020?
Monday through Sunday, 6 a.m. to 9:30 p.m.
And that was the whole 7 days a week, right?
7 days a week.
7 days a week, and we all right, okay. You eliminated that with the schedule, the pre-schedule you just stated, to identify the schedule as of an activity going on now. Okay, no problem. Next question, please.
Why did the administration change the operational hours?
The hours were changed to limit employee exposure during the stay-at-home order issued by the governor during the COVID crisis.
Well, I have a concern with the questions with that, because there was no physical direct contact with any deckhands with the people that's coming on the ferry with the cars. So that means they were staying in. The only thing contact they had would pay their dollar, but we weren't even collecting them because of what was going on. So there was no physical contact that was justified us doing it based on that, from my opinion. Now, this is just strictly what I'm saying. Because all the passengers that would get on the ferry would be ran in their car, and the deckhands would do what they have to do after they untie the rope, people make their trip, and they would never be in contact with the people that ride the ferry. So I don't think that should have been implemented because of that. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
Mr. Russo?
Yes, since the stay-at-home order has been lifted by the governor, what are the reasons now for the change in operations?
To save money in the budget.
Mr. Konovich?
Was the Bell Chase Ferry shut down during them hours too?
It was not, but we started shutting it down earlier in the evening.
Please come to the mic. Please state your name and your address, Reverend Evans.
Reverend Evans, downtown Phoenix. I am just amazed because I was wondering why the ferry was closed down. And I think it's a shame and the way they treat the people on East Bank like we the legitimate children of this parish. Because the fact that you're going to have Bell Chase operating, as Mr. Bartholomew say, the deckhand wasn't collecting no money. You know, and I just think to save money, you're putting people at an inconvenience. I mean, I went down there to go to the post office hospital, and I got there and said, no, that ferry ain't running. I was shocked, you know, because nobody didn't know. But I just hope that this parish government will resume operation of this ferry, because of it's trying to save dollars we need that fair operating. We need to go across the river. We need to do a lot of other stuff. It's inconvenient for people to have to come all the way to come up to Belchester and go back to people living in Pearl. It's a totally inconvenient. And I just think that these banks on the parish need to be treated better by this administration, because here that the reason is because of COVID. Give me a break. They need to come up with something else. I hope you all take a stand to get this ferry in operation, because this don't cost the mustard.
Thank you, brother.
And it's an insult to the people of the East Bank of the river.
Is there any more comments from the audience?
Yes, Rob Forshey, 116 New Street, Belchase. I have to agree with the Reverend. I think it's an absolute shame that this parish would cut off any part of this parish from being able to cross at will wherever there is and has been, since the existence of the ferries, access to either side of the river. There's a lot of people on the West Bank of Plaquemines Parish that would rather go to Point LaHash and cross the Point LaHash ferry than to cross the Belchase ferry and drive down the highways on that side of the river. So, with that being said, I think there's some people that would benefit from the Point LaHash ferry on the West Bank side of the river. So, it's not just an East Bank, West Bank thing. I think it's a Plaquemines Parish thing. And shame on everybody sitting at this board, as well as every person in this administration that would even think, much less do, the things that have been done in this parish, and all in the name of COVID, or all in the name of wanting to save money. And if I'm not mistaken, I think these deckhands and the captains sits on the boat when the boat is not running, drawing a paycheck. So, not real sure where we're saving money. And I would venture to say that I think that there's some serious consideration and some looking at your own heart and your own mind as to how to vote whenever something comes up about these ferries. So I suggest that the administration gets its act together and stops discriminating against the people of this parish. Not black, not white, not East Bank, not West Bank. Dadgummit, the people of this parish deserve a means to get across that river in both places at all times. Thank you.
Mr. Russo?
No, you've already answered my question. The question that I had asked was,
Okay. Mr. Blank?
Yes. Mr. Forshey, do you think it would be more equitable, given our budget forecasts, to maybe alternate where some days of the week just the Point LaHash ferry operates, and then other days just the Belchase ferry operates, and try and split those about as evenly as possible for the foreseeable future? It's not ideal, but some of the numbers just don't compute.
Well, I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish, but if you're trying to save money, I think that there's a lot of other places that can be looked at in this parish budget, as well as every other budget that has anything to do with this parish. And I'm not even going to get into that picture. But believe me, there are plenty places that can be cut. I mean, y'all have allowed non-charter directors to come in and get salaries that, good God, we could pay plenty deckhands, plenty boat captains. There are many things that could be done in this parish. Non-charter directors is just one of them. Get rid of them. The directors that are charter directors, get off your rear ends and do your job. There should only be 3 directors, period, end of story. The rest of them are superintendents. They work for the directors. That's the ladder of supervision. So if you're going to save money, I don't think that alternating and doing all these things is the right answer. The health department, the ferries, there's other things that truly need to stay running. And I think that there's plenty of other places that can be cut to save money and not the ferries. So that's my answer to that question. Thank you.
Any more questions from the table? Audience? Please state your name and your address, Mr. Turner.
Burgard Turner, 161 East Bellevue, Port Sulphur. Did the administration cut the employees' pay when we cut the service? Was anybody laid off? Did we save any money in salaries, or did we just save money in fuel?
Nobody was laid off. We saved money in fuel and in overtime.
Okay, so there was no reduction as far as in personnel, just in fuel. And the premise, I have to agree with what was said earlier, to say that it was due to the COVID, that doesn't hold up. It doesn't hold up because you have far more traffic in Belle Chase than you do in Point LaHash. So if you're doing it to protect the people, why didn't you reduce the hours in Belle Chase? Why did you not reduce the hours in Belle Chase if you're saying that because of COVID you wanted to limit the exposure? You have far more traffic in Belle Chase, a greater number crossing the ferry, and you didn't touch it. So now you expect us to buy that it was due to COVID that you reduced the number of hours and days in Point LaHash. Do we have a response? Why didn't you cut the hours in Belle Chase? That's the question.
Do we have an answer from the
I don't have a response, no.
Okay. All right. So the next thing, so to the board, what will you do will you pass legislation mandating that the administration give him an ordinance to follow, that these are the hours? Being that he changed the hours, you as a board, that's something that you can regulate. And I recommend that you do that. Thank you.
Mr. Turner, could you stay up at the mic? Thank you. So this really shouldn't be my grenade to jump on, but from what I've been told, due to the condition of the Point de la Hache ferry landing, and if anybody looks right or left, God bless, but the I-beams are completely rotted out. We can't send a garbage truck across those ferry ramps. It just can't handle the weight. And that may be one of the reasons. Again, I'm not involved in that department or anything like that, and it shouldn't be my thing to jump on. I think now would be an excellent time. There's a lot of talk about going to a one ferry system in this parish, and maybe we should get the numbers in Point LaHache and just truly run only the Point LaHache ferry for a little while to see what those numbers are. And then run just the Belle Chase ferry for a little while to see just what those numbers are. So if we do have to make, we need to make informed decisions and not just, kind of what we're feeling or our gut or anything like that. And I think now is a good chance to try and do some test runs to figure out what those numbers are.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I agree that we should make our decisions based on data. But we clearly did not make this decision based on data when the numbers, the numbers are greater in Belle Chase. And if we're trying to protect the people, we shut down the ferry that moves the least number of people. And so I agree, Mr. Blink, that it should be based on data, but this wasn't done based on data. And because it wasn't done based on data, we need to right the wrong that was done. And I do think that everybody should be on board. It's a parish-wide issue. And so I think all of you should weigh in on it. I appreciate you weighing in on it. But again, you need to act on it as a board. I'm asking that you act on it as a board and make it a policy if you have to, legislate the hours if you have to, but to try to sell us on it now due to maintenance or any of those things, I think is wrong.
The only issue with dealing with numbers is that Belle Chase Ferry service a lot of St. Bernard and Chalmette people. So their number's definitely going to be up higher.
And with that in mind, even more so, if we want to limit the exposure even more so, we should have reduced the hours there.
I have a question.
You have a chance to make it right.
Blank?
Now, since we've had a full ferry crew save, the overtime, and I know one captain and maybe one engineer is where the overtime was coming from, have there been any major projects going on that boat since there's a full crew there, like painting or any sort of engine room work or anything like that? When we get on the Berry, is it going to look a little better next time?
I don't know specifically what's being done on the boat. The people that are on the boat have duties that they have to do when they have tasks assigned to them every day, so they are working while they're on the boat.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Roussel?
Yes. I just wanted to check the Code of Ordinance to see if there was a schedule already on the books, and the attorney is researching that now. So if there's not one, then I guess we'll have to address it. If there is one, then we'll have to look at whether the ordinance was enforced or violated. Thank you.
Mr. Konovich?
We already know the numbers. The Belle Chase Ferry cost them over $1 million a year fuel and close to $1 million. The Point LaHash Ferry was $200,000 a year. So if I wanted to save money, shut the Belle Chase one down.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yes. The concern I have, I visit the Point LaHash Ferry several times during the week and days that they were off during the operation hours when it was from 6 to 8 in the morning and 6 to 8 in the afternoon. I didn't see anybody working. I see them standing around, sitting on the levee. That's a fact. And nobody was assigned any particular task that I saw them working. So to me, that didn't equate to us saving money, but paying people money not to work. And that's the only thing that just got to me. And we in a state of emergency with the budget, but we paying people not to function. That's all. That was through my observation. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fauché, I allowed you to come up and speak, but come on. I know this is a hot issue.
Okay. The only thing that I wanted to state was, and I wanted to state it before, but the board also has the ability. There's one marine operator in this parish that belongs to the parish. That is a parish entity. That marine operator is the port. Why these ferries are not under the port's budget, administration, all part of the port's payroll and responsibility, I don't understand that, because they are the people that employ engineers, deckhands, captains, and so on forth. They are a marine operator. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak once again.
Mr. Roussel, you would like to answer that question? You want to know why the ferry is not underneath the port?
Currently, the port budget, as you heard earlier, is losing money in their operations, and the increase in the loss is going up considerably this year compared to last year. And so we don't know that they have the funds to be able to manage some of those expenditures, as well as when we have a port budget, we have to shrink that budget down, as was mentioned earlier, to be able to accommodate some of these services that we would like to shift. However, at this time, we were hoping that the Venture Global lease was executed to provide funds that we could use and shift the ferries to the port. And it's still not an abandoned idea, but it has to be able to have funding to pay for it.
Mr. Bartholomew,
I'm fit. Next
you
question.
finished? Let's go to the item 4.
During the days on which the Pointe-a-la-Hache Ferry operates a limited schedule, are the crew members of the ferry paid during the hours in which the ferry is not making regular trips across the river?
I think Mr. Epley answered that question. They are getting paid.
We'll move to item 5.
How much money has been saved by the changing in hours during which the ferry makes trips across the river?
Approximately $60,000 to date.
And that was saved from,
Since March.
I know I understand, but from what part of the operation?
Overtime and fuel.
Fuel and overtime. How much overtime will we pay?
We're saving about 100 hours a week in overtime.
$100 a week?
Yes, sir.
And how much fuel a week, you will say?
Fuel is about $1,200 a week.
Saving $1,200 a week?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost over half, huh? Or half? Close to half from normal operation? That's what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Blank?
Yes. Since we have two sets of deckhands, we have 2 8-hour shifts on daily, and we would incur about 100 hours of overtime. Is there some sort of way to shift to where maybe the ferry's at least just on an 8-hour schedule, where there's no overtime, the 1,200 weekly in fuel doesn't seem that insurmountable. I think the generators are going while those guys are on board. It wouldn't surprise me if the mains were idling to the tune of about 12 gallons an hour while those guys are there.
They shut the engines down when it's at the dock and it's not in service. They shut the generator down and they hook it up to shore power when it's at the dock and it's not in service.
Okay.
We're short a captain, we're short an engineer, we're short 2 deckhands. We don't have people in maintenance, so that's where the overtime issue comes in. Now, could we run it an hour or 2 more each day and not cause a lot of money to be expenditured? Yeah, we probably could. I'm happy to look at it any kind of way.
Do you have any figures on what you need the tolls to look like to get the operation back to the hours that everybody knows?
I do not. We examined the tolls on what it would cost for the ferry department to break even, but I do not have any idea what that would be, what you just asked.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the table?
I have.
Mr. Bartholomew?
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, I think we, as a council, has budgeted the money at the recommendation of the administration to maintain the ferries in operation before Covina came aboard in January or December 1st, whatever we did it. The money was in the budget to do that. So we never did receive any information that we have to cut the ferry operational budget. I never heard of it. No one said it. So the money was there. So wherever the problem exists, I think we need to look at it forensically of our operation and see exactly where we can cut, where the overlay is, or where the money is in what position or what place is in our budget where it is have to be excessive. And I assure you that there are some places that kind of excessive that we can deal with. And until we realize that, then we're going to deny services that's been here. And not only that, before we used to get what we call a road royalty fund to maintain the operation of the ferries, which was responsible for highways. And those money came in to make sure that they used that money to maintain that. And we never did spend all the money that was given. And we're still receiving it. As of today, we still receive that fund. But because the legislation or the constitutional changes took place, they gave us an option to take it and put it in general fund operation. So if you have money already, and for good business, if you have money coming in to maintain something that you use every day, you're not going to move. You're going to keep it there. And wherever you need the other money, then you go look and seek somewhere else for the rest of it. So I think we missed the boat on that part. And I'm not saying that this administration was the one that caused it. It was done before that. But the fact is the ferry still ran at the normal setting. But now we are not running, so that's my comment.
Mrs. Newberry?
Yeah, I just want to remind the people, the money, I mean, we did budget for the ferries, but we also budgeted at $59 a barrel of oil. So that's not there anymore. So does anybody have an answer how we're going to get that money back to fund the ferries? I'd like to know.
Mr. Bartholomew?
We got a lot more than ferries in our operational budget. That's all. I mean, you got to look at it all. Just don't look at one.
Please state your name and address, Mr. Turner.
That doesn't make sense.
Adonis Turner, 181 Azalea Drive, Port Sulphur. Got a question. Did any Puntland Hedge Ferry employees receive overtime since the change in the schedule?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Can you get us an answer for the next meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any more questions?
The Puntland Hedge Ferry. You know, this has been an ongoing thing for years, man. I've been coming through this for years. I understand this administration want to get rid of the Puntland Hedge Ferry. But this goes farther than the Puntland Hedge Ferry. This goes all the way back to selecting where we was going to put this courthouse at. You know, they got members sitting on the council right now that really oppose that courthouse going back down there. But the people selected to have that courthouse back in Puntland Hedge.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to, just quick brief interruption. A lot of people are coming here and they're taking their mask off or down, and I'm within 3 feet of most of these individuals. I'd simply request that when
All right,
people
Randy.
come,
You got that.
Thank you
You
so
got
much.
that,
I
Randy.
appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. No problem.
Tape measure is well over 6 feet.
No problem. No, Randy, you're right. You're right. I'm get you right. But hey, but the courthouse is there now. The people elected to keep the courthouse in Puntland Hedge. Puntland Hedge is still the parish seat. As great as this building is, and I like the building here in Belchase, Puntland Hedge is the parish seat. We all gotta learn how to accept that. We all got, especially us in Belchase, we gotta learn to accept, hey, Puntland Hedge is the parish seat. It's not ever gonna leave now. Unless somebody on the council decide they want to move the courthouse again after, spend $25 million on it. So the thing I'm trying to make is, listen, we got the courthouse down there. It is the parish seat. A lot of elected officials don't want to go down there anymore, but it's the parish seat. The judges go down there. People who got tickets, they have to go down there. That ferry needs to be operating. The ferry needs to be operating at any cost, because it's serving the people. Not serving Belchase, not serving Boothville, Port Sulphur, Breakaway. It's serving all the Plaquemines. Man, we got to start doing things right for the people. We got to start doing things right for the people. Now, we got a $3 million surplus left from building, from that courthouse. You know, the last council meeting, they wanted to take the money away. No, they got the money there. Let's do everything we got to do to keep that ferry in operation. Even though it might be a one-time use, but you can still use it. It can still be used for that courthouse, for the parish seat. Come on, get together, man. We got to start doing things right for the people. We got to.
Todd, I have a question. You said we can't cross the ferry, the garbage truck can't cross the Point LaHash ferry because of the ramps. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How often, is that a daily issue? Why can't the garbage trucks stay there, and maybe, do we not have any sites, or can we possibly look into dumping elsewhere?
We don't have a compactor site on the east bank of the river, so the garbage gets picked up on the east bank, gets brought to the west bank compactor site.
And how many trucks daily?
I don't know that.
Can you get that answer for us next time, too?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Joel Frederick, Davant, Louisiana. I have a question for Mr. Epley. You stated that during the daytime hours and the ferry is shut down, that you're using shore power and shut the engines off and everything. So how much is the energy bill going up since you started plugging in the shore power all day?
I don't know the answer to that, sir.
Okay, and another thing is, did y'all consider the fact that the courthouse is in Point LaHash? And what about people that's on the West Bank that might have jury duty or other business in the courthouse? Or what do they do? Somebody living in Boothville, Burris, or something to get to the courthouse?
We brought all that, we brought up all them questions at the last council meeting. We took a vote, and we didn't have the 5 votes.
Okay, so it's
So it's on the agenda again today.
but it's I'm saying it's an inconvenience not just for the East Bank, but also for the West Bank. You know, people
Absolutely.
that having business at the courthouse.
Absolutely.
So.
Wyona Kirkland, 104 Sarah Drive. I just want to say that the ferry is a need. You have the elderly that's down there that's 80 and 90 years old, may not be able to make it to the West Bank Ochsner, and they can go to the Port Selfa Medical Center. They may not be able to get to Walmart and Ballestris, and they can make it to Freeman's. Second of all, we done voted so many times for this courthouse to be placed over there. It's there. And like the gentleman said, we should be utilizing that. The clerk of courts and all of their staff should be over there. The DA and all of his staff should be over there. The assessor's office. It's just like if I have a house in Belle Chase, I'm paying electric there, and then I have a house in Boothville, I'm paying electric there. You using my tax monies to operate 2 entities, and it's not fair to the people of Plaquemines Parish. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Any more questions? We'll move to the, Mr. Blank?
Yeah, sure. You know, we collectively, Plaquemines Parish made the choice to rebuild the courthouse in Point LaHash. But just like when we say things, sometimes we're not free from the consequences of those choices. To have the courthouse in Point LaHash more or less requires ferry service. It's expensive, and there's a cost. And last year when I asked, the cost was about $9 a car to send the ferries over parish-wide. This year with ridership down, it's about $15 per car. And we're going to have to look within and figure out, are we willing to pay for this service? Is the government willing to go into its general fund and pay for the service? Are the citizens that rely on the ferry service willing to dig into their own pockets and pay? I had legislation this time last year to mirror what our neighbors pay the next ferry service over, not in Seattle, not in New York City, just right there in Algiers. And it didn't seem like there was enough interest from my colleagues to get it through. That included $1 for pedestrians, a reduced pedestrian fare for folks over 65 at 50 cents. A vehicle driver would pay $2. The vehicle reduced driver fare would be $1. Trailer per axle, $1. Children under 2 free. That doesn't come anywhere close, and people lost their minds. They didn't want to pay it. If we want to have the service, we're probably going to have reduced hours, and we're going to have to pay more for that. It's just math. It's the biggest deficit department that we have, but it's crucial. The East Bank is a transportation desert. There's no grocery store there. Folks rely on it. It's a lifeline. Are y'all listening, or are y'all just talking amongst yourselves, or what?
Trying to make a deal.
Does anybody in the audience care to share their appetite for how much they would like to pay to help keep the ferry service going?
We already pay.
I'm going to answer that question. When it came up for people in Bellshed to pay toll on the bridge where they can afford it, they did not want it. And there was none of this conversation like you having right now, Mr. Ritchie, when Bellshed did not want to pay. We don't want to pay nothing. We shouldn't have to pay nothing. I think Mr. Hendry just talked about the surplus. I don't know what plan that you're on, but I can say we don't want to pay nothing. I'm sorry, because I don't want to send no black saliva over it on my man. Let me just say this. We don't want it at all. Bellshed came out in large number when they can afford to pay a toll on the bridge, and they say no. Yet they put a toll on us. The answer is no. I think one of the gentlemen talked about earlier, there's a lot of wasteful spending in other area of the parish you need to look at.
I would love to see a paintbrush in the hand of the deckhands right now.
Well, I'm not getting into the deckhand because they're workers and they're underpaid anyway. So they don't need no extra work. Our deckhand, let me just say this. Those guys are the lowest paid people in the world. They don't need no extra weight on them. They're already doing slave labor. So leave the deckhands out of this.
We
please.
pay a lot to
talk about those captains who ripping you off. If you want to talk about the money, talk about the captain. But leave the deckhands alone. They're underpaid. They're slave labor. So please leave them alone. But the answer to your question is no. For you to stand here, Mr. Richard, from your position to talk about our community, need to talk about how much they're willing to pay. We are part of the parish. You know, the Grand Prairie Levy District, Mr. Bartholomew, do we give money to this parish?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say, so you need to look, don't act like, because the East Bank is always treated like the bastard child of this parish. I don't know because the majority of the citizens are black. I don't know what it is. But there's a subtle form of racism in this parish, and I'm hoping that this ferry is not exposing the subtle and the conspiracy of politeness racism that exists in the parish and is showing its ugly face on the ferry issue.
Ms. Barr, we'll move to the next question, please.
How many round trips did Point Lahesh Ferry make in each of the following months, January, February, and June of 2020?
In January, the total trips were 2,097, which was higher than normal because the Belle Chase Ferry was out of service. In February, the total trips were 1,740, also higher than normal because the Belle Chase Ferry was out of service for half of that month. In June, the total trips were 918. That's when the abbreviated schedule was in place.
I don't have anybody else have comments. That's all I needed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next question, please.
Be prepared to elaborate your response on each of these questions if requested by any member of the council. Update on sales tax collection, Councilmember Roussel.
Yes, I think most of you have received the report from the Finance Department. The sales tax use estimates are on the sheet that you have received, and it still shows us running a deficit on those collections anywhere from 26%, and the estimate for the rest of the year is 25, 15, and 10. So I thought that the sales tax might be better. In May, we did show that we were up 6.96%, but in June, we were down 26.41%. In July, 27.73%. And hopefully that the sales tax will come back, but that's where we're at for the financial picture on the sales tax.
Donald Valley. Mr. Rousseau, has the parish done anything about the internet sales tax? Have we started collecting that?
We have not, that I know of, collected internet sales tax at the state level, and our attorney can answer the issue with that, where we have that being, you want to answer?
Who's that? Who are you asking? I'm sorry.
Mr. Garrett, Danny Garrett, our council attorney.
Kim, is Mike on?
There he is.
The reason I ask is a lot of merchants that we've seen, we've seen the trend, as we all know, more internet purchases. And when we start seeing the toll and the bridge, everybody's going to start buying locally off through the internet. And I'm already seeing charges assessed as a Louisiana purchase on internet purchases that I make. Why aren't we getting our share of it?
He'll answer the question.
I'm sorry?
He's going to answer the question now.
Prior to last year, the Supreme Court said we couldn't tax, you could not require a vendor who did not have a physical location in the state of Louisiana to collect and remit either state or local sales tax. Supreme Court recently reversed that and said that you could. In upholding a case out of South Dakota, they did put some restrictions on it. Those restrictions have been enacted by Louisiana. In other words, you have to have over $100,000 worth of sales or 200 transactions into the state for an out-of-state company to then have that obligation. Now, the legislature did enact something called the Sales Tax Commission for Remote Sellers. And it was an effort by the state to put a single entity in charge of collecting both state and local sales tax on internet sales. So companies had currently, as of July 1, just a few days ago, companies currently have two options, an out-of-state company. They can either register as a vendor, as a dealer, with the local sales tax collector, or they can register with the Remote Sellers Commission. Now, if they register with the Remote Sellers Commission beginning July 1, or if they register with the local, they still would be required to, if they met those thresholds, those sales thresholds, they will be required to collect and remit from their customers the actual local sales tax. So for a lot of the companies opted to go with the Remote Sellers Commission because they thought it was easier. But the Remote Sellers Commission didn't require them under the state statute to collect the actual local sales tax until starting July 1. So your future sales tax distributions from the Remote Sellers Commission back down to the sales tax. And in fact, it required the local collectors to enter into an agreement with what's called the Remote Sellers Commission in order to allow them to do that for constitutional reasons. And so you should be seeing those monies in the next few months flowing back. So you should be capturing the local sales tax on those sales that prior were going uncollected because those companies were not required to collect that sales tax.
I'm aware of that. They've already asked me to fill out the forms necessary now to consider to be a vendor and classify for the sales tax collection and the exemption aspect. And that's why I'm asking. I just want you to be aware of it and to do something now rather than wait a year from now and we lose all that money that could have been accrued to us.
Again, there's nothing that you're required to do. The Supreme Court removed the impediment last year.
I'm aware.
A lot of it was putting in place the processes based upon that state statute, but effective July 1, an out-of-state vendor who meets those sales thresholds, either $100,000 worth of sales into the state of Louisiana or 200 sales transactions a year into the state of Louisiana, is required to either register with the sales tax office here in Plaquemines Parish as a dealer and collect and remit directly, or they can register with the Remote Sellers Commission and they will collect from their customers both the state and local sales tax.
So what's the administration doing? Have they already started this?
It's my understanding that they have signed the Remote Sellers Agreement. I could be wrong, but it's my understanding that they have, or they were in the process of doing so that those monies will start flowing.
Does the sheriff's office collect that, or do you all, the administration, collect that?
No,
tax?
the sales tax in Plaquemines Parish, every parish has a single collector for sales tax. In Plaquemines Parish, it's Plaquemines Parish government, which serves as the sales tax collector for all the sales tax entities in the parish.
My last question then is, what about the use tax? Everybody perceives taxes, sales tax is sales tax, but there's
Use tax and sales tax, I mean, Eric calls it sales tax, but it's really sales and use tax. It's collected under the exact same process.
Okay, thank you.
Any more comments from the audience?
Chairman, could I ask to indulge me and go to item 10 so I can request the suspension of the rule to take up an item that's not on the agenda today? Can, just to have it on the agenda.
You have to amend the agenda.
Huh?
You need to amend the agenda.
Yeah, I need to amend the agenda, I'm sorry.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to suspend the rules of Mr. Bartholomew. We have second by Mr. Konovich. Machines are open.
Well, excuse me, point of order, could
I
you
have to
read?
Now, you don't have to read the entire resolution. You do have to get the subject matter up, though.
Yeah, I have to read the preamble. It's an ordinance authorizing directing parish president his designee to have the Point Lake Ferry run Monday through Sunday from 6 to 8 p.m., otherwise to provide respect thereto.
Motion by Mr. Bartholomew, seconded by Mr. Konovich.
On the suspension.
On the suspension. Machines are open.
Fails.
Motion fails.
Who failed? Could you say the names, please?
Ms. Kim?
Okay.
I lost it. I didn't get it.
I'm sorry, I had to get out the vote to turn my microphone on, and now I don't know who it was. I apologize.
2 no votes.
I don't know.
Abstain. 2 abstain and 1
2
not
and 3.
voting.
They voted no or abstained.
Abstained.
Council members Black and Arborough abstained.
We move back to
No, it's the other way around. Anybody who buys something in the state of Louisiana.
update on oil and gas revenue collection. Mr. Roussel.
Yes, as you know, we have received the report for the parish oil and gas, and this runs probably 3 months behind on collections. So for April and May, we were down 13.6%. For May and June, we're 65.75% down. June, July, we were fortunate to have 39.89% increase above what our estimate was. So for July and August, which of course has not been collected yet, we do not know. Hopefully it's an optimistic outlook that we will perhaps receive more oil and gas revenues from our parish lands. However, the state royalties that we receive from the state on our 10% royalties, January was down 21%, February down 20%, March down 11%, April down 28%, and May down 56%. For the rest of the year, the projections are anywhere from 73 to 50% down. Hopefully that won't be as bad, but that's where we stand today. Thank you.
Is there any questions from the table? Audience?
If any of you was mentioning percentages, could you give the people a dollar figure? Let them know exactly where they stand with that?
The dollar figure from our estimate for January, we estimated state royalties $610,000. We collected $479,000, which was $130,000 short. For February, we collected $484,000, and I'm rounding these numbers off. We estimated $610,000, we're $125,000 short. For March, we estimated $540,000. We were down, we collected, the budget was $610,000, we were down $69,000. For April, we estimated our collections of $435,000, and we collected $435,000. Our estimate was $610,000. We were down $174,000.
Okay, we in the hole.
Next item, please.
Reported amount of time the ferry was out of service as previously requested. Councilmember Roussel.
I'm not going to belabor the ferry issue anymore today. I think we've had enough discussion on it, so I'm going to withdraw that item today.
Move to the next item, please.
Status and update on the Medal of Honor Park drainage pump. Councilmember Roussel, and we do have one email that was received, Mr. Roussel.
Yes, would you read that?
Sure. It came from Mr. Will Hildebrand, 116 Pie Street, Belle Chase. And his comment is, when will the discharge pipe be reinstalled at the pump station at the Medal of Honor Park? I live in Fort St. Leon subdivision, and that pump prevents flooding in our area. Please reinstall that pump ASAP as hurricane season is upon us.
Yes, and I've been informed by the director that they are out searching for quotes to be able to put a discharge on the pump, and in the meantime, they'll be looking at the engine to make sure that when the discharge pipe or whatever it's going to be, whether it's going to be a collapsible hose or a pipe, it will be ready to receive that. Now, I realize I've said this before. I've been asking for this for several years. I'm hoping that we are now going to get it done. That's all I have.
Any questions from the table? Audience?
Here we go. How expensive exactly, Benny, I'm glad you brought this up. How expensive, it's over my mouth. I'll breathe out my mouth. The discharge, the discharge of the pump is a discharge. It does not have to be hard pipe. Very inexpensive to get a flexible pipe that won't expand until it's got water going through it. They even make them that'll roll up. And not real sure why we're not approaching that avenue to keep that neighborhood from flooding. But if we do get a bad rain, we're going to be in trouble. So,
just to address that, previously under a different superintendent, it was requested a few years ago to put $50,000 in the budget. I put the $50,000 in the budget and never was completed. Moving fast forward to today, the director has assured me that he is looking at flexible hose, and the money is there. There is an appropriation for drainage in the neighborhood, and I was assured that he will move forward with this ASAP.
thank you. Both Mr. Roussels. Thank you.
Any more comments from the audience? Next item, please.
Discussion and recommendation by the administration on the CNC Marine ITEP application number 2019203-ITE. Councilmember Roussel.
Yes, we have received this CNC Marine ITEP application number 2019203 request, and I was asking to put this on the agenda for discussion and recommendations from the administration to see how we are going to handle this. Now, we have it on the agenda for discussion today, and it's actually early. We have until the next meeting to be able to take some action, and then another 30 days after that. So I don't know if the administration has looked at it, taken a position on it, and I see we have the representative from the administration at the.
Yep, Keith Esser, Joint Director, Economic Development. We just The Board of Commerce and Industry approved this application on 6/24. We received a certified letter from them on 7/7 notifying us, so we only got it 2 days ago. We haven't been able to get with the assessor to get the numbers, and also we haven't been able to meet with company representatives yet, so there is no position at this time.
Okay, I will defer this item till the next meeting.
Thank you.
And have a resolution introduced, if we haven't already had it introduced. Did you introduce it yet? Okay, we're going to introduce something that will put us in a position to make approval or denial for a future meeting. And that's all I have on it. And
I'm sorry, people, but this business. Hey, if we go another ITEP deal here, we broke, but we giving exemptions. We giving tax exemptions. We got to stop this. We got to stop it.
Burgard Turner, 161 East Bellevue, Port South, Louisiana. We're not familiar with the company and how much of a break we're going to be giving them, but I agree with Mr. Henry. This parish gives away, my understanding is approximately $95 million a year in industrial tax exemption. The parish of Orleans gives away $10 million. We talk about ferry issues and where we're going to get the money, yet we're giving away $95 million a year in this type of exemptions. Now, some of these companies are worthy of it, but the fact that this is corporate welfare, and we're poor-mouthing the people, that needs to change.
I was going to bring that up, Mr. Turner, when it comes up for the vote. Mr. Konovich? Okay. Any more comments from the audience? Okay, we'll move to item, since we have quite a few people on this item, we'll move to 9Q.
A resolution authorizing President Lapine to contact the Louisiana State Legislature to officially rename the bridge known as the Judge Perez Bridge to the Belle Chase Bridge.
So offered. Seconded by Mr. Konovich. Are there any comments from the table? Dr. Goy? Okay. Any comments from the table? Audience?
I'm Marva Anderson Trufant, 14756 Highway 23, Belle Chase. I just want to give some reasons why that bridge should have never been named after Judge Perez. First of all, he was the most racist person that I've ever heard of in my life, and I've been through some racist people. I was the sixth born child to Jews and Beatrice Anderson. The sixth born, the first girl. So this brought me rotten. When it was time for me to go to school, my mother did not want me to walk 5 miles a day to and from school. So that means she held me home a whole year because of racism. We had to walk from Charles Jones to Scottville, where the middle school is now, sitting in the middle of Scottville, named Belle Chase Middle School or whatever. Anyway, we walked for 2 years, and then the other school was built. But as we walked, all the other children, the white kids, were riding the bus to Belle Chase School. I even had one of the Becknells ask me why. Why we was walking. Did we like to walk? Johnny Becknell. No, we don't like to walk. But Perez kept us from getting a bus to ride to school. After we walked to school, we had one teacher, Miss Smith, taught from first grade to 8th grade. Does it sound like we was getting an education? She did what she could. But this was because of this George Perez that somebody named a bridge after and want to name a street after him. Please, nothing should be named after this man. And let me tell you something that was very sad in my life. I was a very young child, and I would hear my grandfather, my dad, and my mother talking about this Judge Perez and the rules that he had in Plaquemine Parish. There was a white lady that called the police department and reported that Morris Moyer was peeping in her window. So the police picked Morris up. They took him on the ferry to Point Lahash because that's where they would put him in jail. Well, he never made it to Point Lahash. They told a brother that he jumped off the ferry and drowned himself. Well, the only doctor that I knew down this way, Dr. Slater, had to examine this man. He did not jump off the ferry. They shot him in the back for peeping in somebody's window under that Judge Perez. Dr. Slater took the orders. He made out the rules and said what happened to this man. He couldn't do nothing because he would have lost his job. So he sent this to Johnny Moyer in Rushville. Johnny was so afraid he didn't do nothing about it because he knew Judge Perez would have something did to him. And this is the man we have a bridge named after? People, please. This man had put people in jail for 6 months for nothing. Kept him away from his children, his wife, for nothing. And we got a bridge named after this man? Please. Open your eyes, people.
Thank you, Ms. Trufant. Does anyone else would like to speak?
Burgo Turner, 161 East Bellevue, Port South, Louisiana. Listen, history is history, right? And history is recorded. You know, I've heard the argument, this is a part of our history, but it's not one that should be honored. It's not one that should be memorialized in the naming of a bridge. We all know that Perez was a criminal, a crook, criminal, no matter how you want to label him, that's what he was. And that bridge, that name, he was in power. He was able to dictate who got jobs, who got paid, who got deals with all companies, and some of them are still benefiting from those deals. Delta Development today, still developing, right? He set himself up, named a bridge after himself. Today, we're in a position to change it, and we should change it. There's no justification. Don't tell me history. If you want history, put it in the books. But we shouldn't have to look at it every time we go to Gretna. It's a major insult. And for years, we couldn't do anything about it. But thank God for Mr. LaFrance and for you, because you're in a position to do something about it. You know it's wrong. This is an opportunity to right the wrong. There's no reason not to. Don't tell me history. Put it in the books. Not on the bridge. Take it down.
I just want to let everyone know that I am a product of segregated schools. When I went to school, that was a school no more than 3 miles away from my house, Post Selfa School. However, I wasn't allowed to go. I was bused all the way 25 miles to Scottville School, which was an excellent school. I know the teacher that you spoke of. I'm more than sure we had some of the same teachers. Miss Smith, Miss Blair, Miss Dewey, Miss Randall. You know, we had these teachers, excellent teachers. But it's just going to show you what type of things we had to go through. And there was no other race of people that was more loyal to this country than the black race. We worked for free for 300 to 400 years. We fought in every war. We fought in the Revolution War, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, Korea. We came back, our soldiers came back home and still didn't have civil rights, still didn't have the right to vote. We knew, you know. So, and to honor a person and name a bridge after them is just unbelievable. But we come to the time where we can try to correct this wrong. As far as I'm concerned, he was a domestic terrorist, a demagogue. You know, this is what happened in Plaquemine Parish. And we know all the history, what our people had to go through. Our parents told us everything, how they were scared to meet when they was trying to get the right to vote and things like that. We knew. We never was on an even playing field. And you used to hear the story about why don't they pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. Well, first you got to have a pair of boots, you know. So, but I will say that it wasn't only the blacks that was helping us out. I can tell you a gentleman that I had been on the school board for, Mr. Lawrence Roussel, and I'm going to let Mr. Roussel tell you the story about his father. Mr. Roussel?
Yes, in this time of struggle with the desegregation of the schools, you know, I'm proud to say that I graduated from Belle Chase High School, and I graduated third in my class. And I always use that as a joke because they say, how many people were in your class? Well, there were 5. So I can always say I was in the top of my class. But that was when people didn't go to school in integrated schools and they had the private schools in the parish. So, you know, as Mr. LaFrance said, he knows my father's story. My father was one that did not appreciate the acts of the Perez administration, and he did get dragged out of his house in the middle of the night, just as other people were. So this struggle, you know, is not just one that affected certain people. It affected a lot of people. And my family worked with Mr. Hillary Turner to try to make change in this parish, which I'm sure Burkhart remembers. And so, you know, I don't say a whole lot about this. And, you know, when people look at me and call me a racist, I just look at them with a look of their ignorance. Because we stood up in this parish along with people that want change. And I can understand Mr. LaFrance's position and how emotional he gets. And having said all of that, you know, I plan on supporting the resolution. Never had a doubt in my mind, never planned on saying anything until Carlton calls me and put me on the spot, because I'm not one to go out there and wave this flag of what happened to my family. But I can tell you it cost my family dearly, financially and emotionally. So those who were here during that fight know that. Those that come after and are just learning have no idea. And they should look a little bit in the history before they start condemning. And I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Is there any more comments from the table? Audience?
David Franklin, Naomi, Louisiana. A couple of weeks ago for the protest, it was a historical moment for the protesters to walk across the bridge and to walk through the tunnel. A very historical moment, and I asked that the council strongly consider changing the name of the bridge, simply because some of you may have thought that the protest was a parade through Belle Chase. Some of you was out on your lawn chairs, even some of you that's sitting up there now on the council that has some of the largest percentage of African Americans in your district, you were not even there. But I would strongly consider that you guys change the name of that bridge, simply because that protest was a historical marker. But as I said last time, it's a new day here in Plaquemines Parish. And if we have to protest again, we will protest again. This time, it won't be any making sure that the sheriff department is okay with it or making sure that the parish president is okay with it. We're going to do it like the other areas of the United States is doing protests, stopping operations until we get justice and until we get equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments from the table? You're not from the table.
Oh, no, but I'm from the audience. Hey, I just want to say, you know, this is a state bridge, but it was built 100% by the Plaquemine Parish Council. And the people should know that. It wasn't built by the state. It was built by the council. 75, paid a lot of money for this bridge. It should have never been named this. Now it's getting its justice due. But since it is a state bridge, so we got to contact the state in order for them to change this bridge, even though parish pays for it. Just want to let the people know.
Any more comments?
Yes, Major Tracy Riley, retired. I concur with everyone who has taken a stand in this moment to go on the official record to vote for or support taking down the name of Leander Perez. I'm not someone who was raised here, although I have been a citizen of good standing for the past 24, 5 years. Married into this area. And I just want to share with you the impression that after coming into this area and learning one name that has stuck with me all of this time, and the impact that he as an individual, as one person, has had on the community that I am a part of, and not in a favorable way. And you're absolutely right, domestic terrorism. That name strikes very, very traumatic feelings, memories through a lot of the individuals in our community, and history and landmarks. Easily you can see the mark that he has left on this community. And to take down his name, I believe would go a very long way in showing the community that we have finally arrived at a time that we can talk with one another, listen to each other, and begin to build a new community together. So I support taking it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Hearing none, the machines are open. And the measure passes 9-0. Thank you, councilmen and ladies. We'll move to item 9L.
A resolution opposing the removal of the railroad spur track crossing DOT number 855-644P and urging Governor John Bel Edwards, the Plaquemines Parish State Legislative Delegation, and the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development not to remove the railroad spur and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
We have a motion by Mr. Roussel, seconded by Mr. Konovich. Mr. Roussel.
Yes, thank you, members. Am I on?
Cue them all. You can make them all live.
Thank you. This is an issue that has been worked on by the owners of Packard Truck Line who are in the audience today, and working along with the New Orleans and Gulf Coast Railroad to replace the switch and to reactivate a crossing on Highway 23 where the concrete company is going into their pipe yard. And after all of the effort and all the time and money spent by the company, thought that they had a solution. They've been notified now that because of the new bridge that's coming in, they want to pull up the rail crossing, which they have invested considerable amount of time and money to try to position themselves to take advantage of the growth that they anticipate in this parish. And as a large company in the parish, I think that this resolution is just expressing our will that they reconsider pulling that rail out. And if Mr. LaRousse would like to come to Mike, I'm sure he can elaborate more. But I was disappointed to see this because I know that they've been working on this for well over a year, negotiating with the rail, having to pay money to get this project reactivated, and now being told that after all of that effort, the rail crossing may come out, which is definitely a disincentive for businesses in this community. And I would think that the business community would rise up and support this effort to not knock out such a rail crossing. Mr. LaRouche, you would like to come up?
Thank y'all for taking me today. This will be a very big benefit for the, can you hear me with this?
Not really, but you could put the mic a little closer to you.
This will benefit the parish and the state. We have numerous projects going on with this railroad. We just recently put in a foreign trade zone in our yard. It's considerable amount of money. We went through the Customs and Border Protection. It took well over a year to get through all the red tape. What a foreign trade zone is it's a zone that's regulated by customs, and you don't have to pay any tariffs or taxes. It's like it's not in America yet. So when outside foreign freight comes into America, that goes into the foreign trade zone, and there's no tariffs for a maximum of 5 years. When they take it out, whatever it is, Plaquemines Parish will get the taxes. And it's a benefit to the company because right now there is a large amount of freight coming in and the demand has dropped so much they don't have anywhere to put it. So if they clear it through customs, put it into commerce, they have to pay tariffs at that time. So if they put it in a foreign trade zone, they could let it sit for 5 years and it still comes to Plaquemines Parish. The foreign trade zone was brought to our attention by the Port of New Orleans. The Port of New Orleans is losing 8 ships per month of steel products, because that's what we do, steel pipe, to Houston, Texas. It's bypassing New Orleans, going there. Because since foreign trade zones were put in existence in 1934, New Orleans area has not had any at all. Now the foreign trade zone, I'm going to try to keep this short, guys. The foreign trade zone is just one. The Plaquemines Parish Port, the Port of South Plaquemines, has already approached us and the Port of New Orleans to be the middleman, because logistically we are right in between both, to stage the freight going down to the port, which is going to bring more jobs, taxes into the parish. The port, as y'all know, has multiple phases, so it's going to be years of business that's going to be brought into our parish. We have been working with the railroad for the last 6 to 8 months. We have negotiated a contract, and they have made concessions to partially help with getting the rail spur back put in. If y'all are familiar with the area, it's where the old Brown and Root used to be. And Brown and Root operated a rail spur there for many, many years. We've been there for almost 40 years, and we've operated with no incident, no derailments, no safety issues at all. The state recently put all the crossings and signage at hundreds of thousands of dollars. Brand new, brand new. So at our cost, we're going to change the switch that turns it through. The railroad agrees. We have a contract in place as of February of this year. And then all of a sudden the state sends us a letter saying, sorry, it's not going to happen. We also have a pipe inspection facility that was just recently opened in our yard. They want to bring in pipe from Houston and their other customers by rail into our yard, but they can't until we get this spur taken care of. We have a company out of Canada named Blue Steel. They get their pipe out of Mexico. They want to rail it into our yard, but they can't until we get our rail spur. Arctic Pipe Inspection has plenty customers that all want to bring it into our yard. Just as of July 1st, the new trade deal that went through the USMCA released a lot of red tape. So this is a perfect example. A Canadian company wants to bring in pipe from Mexico into Plaquemines Parish, but it's dependent on the rail spur. So it's going to bring a lot of jobs and taxes to our parish. So it might help fill a lot of holes that we have.
Thank you for your presentation, and I think it's pretty simple to understand that we need to try to do whatever we can to get the state to reconsider.
Any more comments from the table? Audience, how you would like to proceed, Mr. Russo?
Well, Mr. Valley wants to say a few words, and then I'd like to ask for favorable adoption.
Okay.
Mr. Russo, I think it's a good idea what you're doing. How are you facing the same problem you faced with the bridge? You still got to talk to Sean Wilson. And you got Department of Transportation, which never gave this parish any consideration whatsoever as to the bridge design or anything else, and just jammed it down our throats. So I think at this point in time, what I've seen is you have to issue a permit for that bridge to be built. And I know you haven't issued that yet, the administration had. I think you need to hold the permit up a little bit until they give some consideration to one of your vendors and a major client that we have in this parish.
Thank you.
Any more comments from the table? From the audience? Mr. Russo?
None. I'd just ask for a favorable adoption and make the public aware that anybody that you might know that might be able to help with this issue, please contact us or contact the DOTD and express your support for not taking that rail spur up. That's all I have. Thank you.
Machines are open. And the measure passes 8 with 1 abstention. 8-0 with 1 abstention. Okay, we go back to
4B.
4.
Update on the water line at the northern end of the East Bank. Councilmember Bartholomew.
As presented. This is an update.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed A. Update on parish equipment and vehicles, including but not limited to fire trucks, ambulances, and dozers. Councilmember LaFrance.
Yeah, we had got the email that you had sent out. Y'all have any questions from the table? Audience? We'll go to item B, please.
Update on the water line at the northern end of the East Bank. Councilmember Bartholomew.
You have an idea when they're going to start the project?
Yes, sir, I do. The quote request will be sent out next week, and once we get quotes back in, work should begin in the next 45 days.
So we're putting out for contractors, right? That's what's going on now?
We have to get quotes
Yeah.
from contractors, yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Comments? Table? Audience? Next item, please.
C, status of and discussion regarding the administration's plan for the parish-wide summer recreation program. Councilmember Bartholomew.
Yes, where we are with that, especially concerning the East Bank, summer recreational programs.
So the parish has looked into signing the CEA with the Point LaHashe Volunteer Fire Department in order to run the summer recreation program on the east bank of the river. The articles of incorporation have been expired for quite some time
That's been
for that
taken
entity.
care of.
And once we get articles reinstated, we will look into signing the CEA with them.
Sent to the Secretary of State, and also the check has been set with that. He has that already. That's just, he has it. I gave it to him.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So that has been done. And we didn't know, at least I didn't know till I called the Secretary of State, but I want to thank Mr. Rennie Buren for sending that info to me, to us, and we called the state to find out exactly what was the problem. And what was the problem was that they hadn't named the officers of the volunteer fire department. It was in dormant according to the state because they didn't follow it up with the paperwork. So that has been done. That has been sent, as you see, the letter and the check has been sent to those people, to the state, the secretary, and it's done. That's all they say we needed to do. And I think what needs to be done at this point, Mr. Rennie Buren needs to contact the chief, the fire chief, and ask him to come over and visit. And I think the last time they needed some demographic information on him, whomever, and I think he said he's provided that to your secretary for you to put into the CEA that you needed. We have a copy of the CEA that was done, but you needed the personal information from this standpoint. That's what he was telling me. And
Right.
he said he sent that in, gave that, we're just waiting to see when we're going to call him back to sign it.
Yeah, if you guys want to have a meeting next week, we can sit down
Well, just tell
and
me.
sign the thing. All I needed to know was who was going to sign on behalf of the fire department and have the articles of incorporation and stuff with the Secretary of State taken care of.
Can you call him and work that out?
I have no problem calling Mr.
appreciate
Mr.
that.
Brock.
Okay. The other thing is the weight room. The chief said they'll need a key to get in because it'll be after hours of using the weight room.
Well, I imagine that'll be part of the CEA when we get the CEA done.
But we have a copy of the CEA. That's already been developed by the legal team and didn't specify that. Because we found out that the Y have access to Port Sulphur after 6, 7 o'clock. So they want to come in the evening, take care of the people that work during the day that would like to come in the afternoon on the same premise. But they would need to have someone to give him a key so he can make sure that everything is followed protocol. So we need to have that.
Yeah.
Sir.
I drafted a very generic and broad CEA,
Yeah.
so to the extent we need to hammer out or hash out, who's going to kind of be responsible for what and whatnot, then...
Mr. Epley on that and see.
Right, so
It'd be generic and that's the same as everybody else.
So if we have the meeting next week, we can iron all that out and move
I don't want
forward.
it to be a tag to them that hadn't been tagged to anybody else, a CEA, that we own the buildings with. Now, make sure that's generic.
Right. Well, their CEA is very detailed, so I don't know whether it's in it or not. I just
I'm going to ask for
know.
a copy of that to make sure we follow those things.
I believe we provided copies of that.
That one, but I don't have the other ones that we did this.
We'll provide you whatever you need.
Yeah, because I want to be fair with that, I want to be fair.
Any
That's all,
comments
Mr.
from the
Chairman.
table?
Thank you.
Any more comments from the table? Mr. Fouchon?
Number 5, bids and advertisements.
Hold on, Mr. Fouchon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said move on.
Yes.
Okay.
Rob Forche, 116 New Street, Belchase. One question. I heard you say that a ball was dropped at the fire department by not reporting back to the state, correct?
Let me make myself clear.
Okay.
What happened, there's a certain time frame that the information of the officers have to be sent to the Secretary of State as a nonprofit organization, whoever being responsible for the nonprofit. And that wasn't done. Now, this, according to what the chief said, they never informed them. Nobody ever gave them the information to do that. So that means it became dormant because nobody was aware of it. So where was it sent? Nobody knows. But through the lawyer, Mr. Buren, he found out that we wasn't in compliance, and I appreciate that. But then I didn't know what it was till I called the Secretary of State to find exactly what was going on. And when I talked to them, and they told me exactly what needed to be done, then they sent me the information, and then what I did, I gave the paperwork to the chief, and they fill it out and send the people their money. That's what happened.
Okay. So my question will be, who has anything changed to the point where the responsibility of the fire departments has changed to the point that at one time there was a director that was over the fire department, and that was part of their job to make sure that all of these things were complied to in order to stay in good standings with the state and all of the requirements with the fire stations. And if this was not done, this just reiterates exactly what I was speaking of a little earlier in reference to what director is in charge of that, and why are they not doing their job? Because that's a problem that I see here, and it's a recurring problem. So I think that we just need to the council needs to get a hold of that, and if needs to be legislation.
Mr. Forshey, I can address that question.
Okay.
The Point Lahash Volunteer Fire Department is a separate entity. The Volunteer Fire Department has its own corporation, its own articles of incorporation, has nothing to do with Plaquemines Parish government other than they are a volunteer organization and they serve as volunteer firefighters. Our fire superintendent does make sure that all of our paid firefighters and our equipment and everything is maintained and taken care of. This is a separate entity, and we're looking to do a CEA with a separate entity who's going to handle things on the East Bank for the summer program.
So the separate entity is who did not report, not the volunteer fire department, which has always been. There was no paid fire department back in the day.
Correct.
So there was always a volunteer fire department, and it was under the administration. It used to be under the director of operations.
They have their own corporation, sir.
The fire departments were under the direction of the director of operations at one time.
And the fire activities.
In the charter.
Fire activities still are.
Okay.
But the separate corporation is the business side of the Point Lahash Volunteer Fire Department, not the firefighting side.
Okay, so there was no ball dropped anywhere.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any more comments? We'll move to the next item, please.
Bids and advertisements, there are none. Beer liquor licenses, number 6. There are none. Number 7, construction permits.
We'll take item 1 and 2 in Globo.
1 and 3.
1 and 3? No.
I can't vote on number 2.
Okay. So floodplains,
All separate.
all separate.
Number 1, Leaf Environment LLC, application number 2020-308, dated May 5th, 2020. Advance 2 soil borings to upgrade existing fuel tanks for Adams Grocery, 41245 Highway 23, Venice. Councilmember Kognovich.
We have a motion by Mr. Konovich,
Off.
seconded by Mr. Blank. Any questions, comments from the table? Audience? Machines are open. Mr. Black? And the measure passes 7-0 with 1 extension. Next item, please.
Number 2, Whitney Oil and Gas LLC, application number 2020-436, dated June 16, 2020. Install 10-inch pipeline, South Pass area, Block 28, East Bay. Councilmember Konovich.
Offer it. I'd like to offer.
We have a motion by Mr. Blank, seconded by Mr. Roussel. Any discussion from the table? Audience, machines are open. Mr. Blink? And the measure passes 7-0 with 2 abstentions. Next item, please.
Matthew Mims, application number 2020-450 dated June 23, 2020. Install vinyl sheet bulkhead and boat shed, 2784A Lake Hermitage Road, Lake Hermitage. Councilmember LaFrance.
I so offered.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Konovich. Any questions from the table? Audience, machines are open. The measure passes 9-0. Next item, please.
7B, TLC Novelty, LLC, William Hall, fireworks stand renewal, 8480 Highway 23, Belle Chase, Louisiana. Councilmember Arbro.
We have a motion by Mr. Arbro. I'll second it. Any question from the table? Audience, machines are open. And the message passes 9-0. We'll move to item 9Y.
A resolution directing the termination of the cooperative endeavor agreement by and between Plaquemines Parish Government and Port Eads Fishing Refuge, Inc., and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
We have a motion by Mr. Roussel for discussion,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Konovich.
I think that was Mr. Bartholomew off of it.
What's that?
Roussel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Motion by Mr. Bartholomew, seconded by Mr. Konovich. Mr. Bartholomew.
Yes, Mr. Bieris, ready?
Yes, this has been on the agenda for, I think, the last 2 or 3 meetings. Mr. Kutcha, I think the council had some questions for the Port Eads Fishing Refuge. So Mr. Kutcha's here to answer any of your questions related to that relationship.
Is there any questions from the table? Mr. Konovich?
Yes, there's houseboats in the marina that's saying they paying the nonprofit group rent on the marina.
That's, excuse me, Jacques Cousteau with the Port Eads Fishing Refuge. Mr. Kognovich, that's not true. The houseboats are a different entity. They're not part of the Port Eads Fishing Refuge domain, and they have never paid anything to the Port Eads Fishing Refuge.
In the Port Eads Marina?
Yes, the operator, High Adventure, struck a deal with the houseboats because originally, when the marina was renovated, can I take this off?
Sure.
Sorry. When the marina was renovated, there was no break-in service. The houseboats and the camps on outside of the domain were wired in through Entergy, and Entergy wouldn't meter them. So they struck a deal such that when the parish signed over the electricity to High Adventure charged they came up with an agreeable amount that's not metered, and they paid High Adventure for their electricity since High Adventure was paying for all of them.
Who they paying since High Adventure's gone?
Not us.
I was told they paying the nonprofit group.
No, I can show you bank records. We haven't received a dime.
That's what I was told, so
Well, that's not true.
why are they still using the electricity in the marina then?
That's a parish issue. When the before the nonprofit was established, that was all constructed, and it's got one wire from Entergy and one meter at Port Eads Marina. That's it.
The 4 houseboats I'm talking about are in the marina itself.
Well, there are several outside of the marina. I have no idea. They are not paying any member of the Port Eads Fishing Refuge. because I heard of it, your question, there is no payment. If they're paying someone, I have no idea who it is, but it's not the Portage Fishing Refuge.
That's what one of the owners said. So I was just asking the question.
I'm 110% factual. They're not paying us. If I might, I put together a sort of a summary for those of you who were newer. We go back 4 administrations and several councilmen, councilwomen go back in time. So I thought that it would be helpful for everyone to visit the origin of the nonprofit, the CEA, between the Portage Fishing Refuge and Plaquemines Parish. I thought it'd be helpful to put the facts in here. And the facts, and I watched the tape, and I read the Gazette article about, and the comments, and the Gazette stated that the reason that the parish went with the nonprofit was to avoid the public bid law, and that was not true. There was a bid. It went out for bid to potential would-be lease operators, and there were 0 replies because there was a $20 million requirement for insurance. So therefore, I believe it was Resolution 13-379 came out of the council then, and it stated that if there were no bids or none were accepted by the parish, then it would form the Portage Fishing Refuge nonprofit. So that's what happened, and the resolution, which is in your packet in section 1, clearly states the articles and the bylaws are in there, and it clearly states what the objective was. But what it seemed like from what I listened to and saw and read, that everyone sort of missed the big reason. There are 2 big reasons that the nonprofit was established. The first was a group of people that care about the area, that know a little something about it, were there to make some decisions, and most importantly, for Plaquemines Parish government and its residents, the establishment of a CEA, a public benefit corporation, in our case a nonprofit, would allow the parish to self-insure. So that was the big reason. With no bidders and no capacity to provide $20 million worth of property and casualty insurance and flood, there was no one coming to the table. So we came to the table as a nonprofit, and we were able to procure one of the best operators in the world, High Adventure Company. They did a fantastic job for 5 years. At the first renewal in 5 years, they said, honestly, the day we started, we heard that there were depth issues. The water level in South Pass was silting in, and we can't foresee operating here another 5 years. I also included, before the first tab, recent pictures of boats aground in South Pass. It is arguably the most dangerous waterway in Louisiana. It is that shallow. The sad part is it's the best fishery in the world. In 2018, it was voted the best fishing destination in the world by a noted global group, Sporting Classics, and that's a big deal. Last week, it's a resource. It's a natural resource. The fishery is a resource just like oil and gas, just like silver or coal, but we don't have that here. We do have this fishery. But as sport fishing, charter fishing has developed in South Plaquemines, the economic impact in Plaquemines Parish is not there. Our neighbors, notably Biloxi, Orange Beach, Pensacola, and Destin have profiteered greatly. Every time they have a fishing tournament, every time they send clients from the casinos fishing, they make a beeline to south of South Pass. Everyone is coming from out of state fishing here. It's where the fish are. But the problem remains, we can plan, we can forecast, we can imagine, we know we have the fishery here, but the problem is no water. If you're going to make a pot of coffee, a glass of tea, a tray of ice cubes, or a marina, the essential ingredient is water. And without it, there is no value. There's no economic value to Port Eads unless it's dredged. And starting in 2014, months after the nonprofit was formed, we went to work knowing that we have to do something as a group to get attention to dredge South Pass. Well, along comes the roseau bug, the disease, and that was another catalyst to get some attention. And then they started flooding north of us, and then figuring out, well, maybe the passes in the river all need to be dredged so that we can move more water through the river. And lo and behold, Mr. Helmers got on this program soon after he got in office, and has done a wonderful job and got us to a point where, I believe it was February 24th, Mark Wingate with the Corps of Engineers announced that South Pass would in fact be dredged. But he was very hesitant, saying that, as many of you have witnessed in the past, monies earmarked for South Pass and even Tiger Pass have been held back and switched, and they switched it on us 3 times that I know of. So the first time, right after Port Eads opened, we thought, and a copy of the document is in here, we thought dredging was going to start, bids were about ready to go out, and that then $35 million was scuttled in favor of a leaking salt dome in Lake Maurepas that's still leaking today. So, you know, the reason I wanted to assemble this, and Mr. Bartholomew, I apologize again for not being here. This COVID-19 situation forced me at many levels just not to be able to come. I apologize. But what I did take was the time to assemble this and let you know that the CEA, a public benefit corporation, a nonprofit, whatever you want to call it, that currently Port Eads Fishing Refuge is very important if the parish wants to move forward. Mr. Roussel, I know you mentioned on the tape, and the Gazette mentioned this, that there's no economic benefit. It would probably be better to find a research group or something, another entity to run Port Eads. Well, you'll find in the back of this document, I believe in section 4, LUMCON, that's Louisiana University's Marine Consortium, and UNOLS, that's University National Oceanographic Labs. They run research vessels. They contacted us. They had wonderful experiences. They thought Port Eads was the second coming until multiple research vessels ran aground. And they said they wanted to open accounts. They said, surely it'll be dredged with this water problem. It wasn't. They are 2 entities. UNOL is a global entity. LUMCON is in Chauvin. We stay in touch with them. Mr. Marlborough is our contact, and he calls every now and again and says, can we come call on Port Eads? We'd love to be there. So they're without water, without forget the roseocane disease. It's a big deal. But when that material is put in South Pass, it's going to open the way for an operator to come in there and want to. We've had two. We got to the negotiating table with Mr. Gaines and his group, and had an agreement in hand, and they flared away. And it wasn't any of our undoing. We were of the opinion that anybody there would be better than no one. And back to the houseboats, the ones that are not in the marina. There's a gentleman there. His name is William Ladner. He's been down there forever, literally. He built the airstrip himself. He has been the de facto caretaker of Port Eads since we've gone dark on the operation, and has done it pro bono. He's kept the machinery going. He's kept the security down there. Everybody knows him, and he should be commended for that. But long term, I think that you guys as a council need to make a decision going forward. Do you want to keep and you have several options, I would think. Do you want to keep the structure in place? It doesn't have to be with the group that's now going on 8 years, which I personally think is way too long. We've all spent a lot of time, effort, and personal money. All of our expenses are paid by our individual members. So it's been a long, frustrating road, and we want to see it move forward in a manner that everyone can be proud of. It's the epicenter of the best fishing in the world. It really is. And a testament to that, I'll put a little paragraph in there. Last weekend, July 4th, there was a global fishing tournament that started in New Zealand. Every time zone had 8 hours to fish. So when it became 8:30 to 4:30 in our central time zone, the Gulf of Mexico started to fish. A boat out of Port Eads, now out of Venice, won it. Also won the Gulf Cup. It's called the World Cup. So this is the second time in 2 years that the biggest fish in the world on July 4th was caught right out of Port Eads. It was 24 miles southeast of Port Eads. Just another testament, the resources there. Unfortunately, Mother Nature has dealt us a bad hand. There's no water. And I just wanted to assemble all of this so that you guys can make a decision. And I'm not saying, if I thought I was the very best or our group was the very best, we wouldn't have this conversation. You'd just be reading about the accolades in the paper and the economic impact. Fishing communities like Cabo San Lucas, not nearly the fishery that we have here. The economic impact is $1.1 billion a year. And I would say in Biloxi, Orange Beach, particularly Orange Beach, the economic impact of fishing in Louisiana for them, they're poaching our revenue, is tremendous. And if the dredging is true, it's going to be a godsend. And Port Eads will flourish once again. It will flourish from a research point of view. From the Weather Channel wants to be there. NOAA wants to be there. The Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries wants to be there, and they realize that it's too treacherous and dangerous to run down South Pass. So that's why I assembled this document for you guys to look at and make your informed decision. It's been a long way, and I got to be honest, our board members, without water, what can we do?
But the couple years the High Adventure was down there, how much did the parish make off of that?
The parish didn't make anything, but they didn't lose anything. It didn't cost the parish. It wasn't was there a check delivered, a check a month? No, because the public benefit statutes won't allow that, number one. Ideally, had things worked in the most optimal fashion, the High Adventure could have raised some money that we could have done more good. And if you look in the contents, what we did for the community, I think is notable. We could have done a whole lot more had larger boats and more activity been present. But they managed to not lose too much money in the 5-year period. They did not make any money. The parish did not lose any money over that 5-year period. And I believe that contrasts pretty sharply to the other 3 marinas that cost quite a bit.
They got the use of a $12 million facility for free for 5 years.
Well, they're not in the business of using something without making some money. If you look at their contract, which I previously circulated, there was an opportunity to do some good, but is it a check a month that comes to Plaquemines Parish? No, it never was designed. Resolution 13-379 clearly states what the goals were at the time when there were no bid responses on the lease operations. That sort of sealed the deal on what Port Eads was going to look like going forward.
But we not in the business to lease out property for free neither. And
look, the whole thing, we tried. We got the best operator in the world. If the council back then unanimously approved all of this, so I'm not going to go back in history. They were hired. They did a great job. They put South Plaquemines on the map. There are great commercials at Port Eads, LSU, and SEC had a great commercial. A series that just came out, Chef Gordon Ramsay from London is doing an episode, a series of 15 episodes. Episode 3 was filmed in Venice, and it was because of the arrangements of High Adventure with their London office that got him interested in the first place. It was just shot down there months ago. And so the notoriety, the economic impact, this kind of thing just doesn't happen without a little bit of influence. This was 2018 when the Roseau-Cane bug was just starting. It says Port Eads is vanishing before our very eyes, and that's the front page of the Times-Picayune plus an article inside. They just didn't pick Port Eads and throw a dart. We made them aware. We discovered the Roseau-Cane disease.
the Roseau-Cane disease has been here since I was born.
Well, it wasn't notable until 2016. I'm not going to argue that fact, but in 2016 it became a reality, and we helped promote the awareness. And if you go through some of the volunteerism and the things that we've done, we worked hard at it. Was it perfect? I don't know. I don't know how we can compare. Going forward, is it the right footprint? Do you guys want to do something else with Port Eads? I'm just trying to provide you some information as to what happened in the past, what it looks like now, and there's no water there. And until you see a dredging, I don't think you can hang your hat on anything, since we've seen 3 contracts scuttled on dredging.
I know them big offshore long boats with the 4 engines on it run down South Pass every day.
Well, look at the accidents. Look at the accidents. Look at Cito. Look at Cito's accident tally for South Pass. It's very dangerous. On high tide, with the right wind, can you make it? Yeah. But more and more boats are getting in serious accidents.
It ain't just South Pass. I ran aground last week on the head of passes in Southwest Pass, right next to the dredge. So it's not just South Pass. And
South Pass is particularly bad. You can walk across it if you got the right coordinates. You can almost walk across it. It's that bad.
Are you with the Big Game Fishing Club?
Am I with them? I've been a member for 35 years.
I think Mr. Helm would like to talk to y'all. I think y'all owe us money for slip rental.
Well,
at about 120,000.
I don't know where you're getting that, Mr. Kognovich.
Got it from the
I'm not in management there. I don't run it. I'm a member. So whatever, I'll pass that along, but I don't think that's true.
Our finance department says it.
Well, then it must be gospel.
Yep.
Right. You finished, Mr. Konovich?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Roussel?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kuchta, for all of your efforts in the past. And I do have to agree with you. It's been a long, hard road, and it is time for change. And my position is very clear. And if you read the Gazette, if you believe what they print, and if you watch the video and you believe your eyes, that's my position. And the position is developed over the years because when I heard that the nonprofit was going to be created and Port East was going to be turned over to the nonprofit, and I realized that we were turning over a $16 million facility and we weren't going to get any cash benefit to the government, I questioned it. And I didn't know that the nonprofit was going to turn around and make an agreement with a for-profit company. And I guess one question is, did the government approve that agreement? Because I can't find anywhere in the records where the nonprofit got permission or the government approved the lease or the agreement, whatever it was, from the nonprofit to the for-profit company.
Yes, that was all. The contract was approved by the administration or the council or both, if I recall. And the CEA is enclosed in here between Plaquemines Parish and the Port Eads Fishing Refuge. There's no, it operated at a loss. There's no money to be found. There's no, it was what it was. We were charged with picking the best operator possible.
But you missed my point. Did the government approve the operator? I understand the government approved the agreement between Port Eads Fishing Refuge. I understand all of that. The question is, once the agreement was approved with the nonprofit, was the agreement with the for-profit company approved by the government?
I'm quite sure it was. We went through a lengthy process, and I'm quite sure it was. I can get you a copy of it.
I'd love to see that because...
Sure. I think you have one, but I'll get another one.
You don't have to think I have one. I'm telling you, I do not.
Okay.
Now, taking it a little bit further, the parish has been footing the bill since the High Adventure Group left.
Correct.
And so what has the nonprofit done since the for-profit company has left?
Search for replacement.
And no success?
No success. Two interested parties, but they're not interested until they see water in South Pass.
And when this government appointed another member to the board, what happened with that member?
Well, it was very convoluted. He didn't show up, didn't reply, and it was not, he didn't reply.
So would y'all have accepted him on the board had he applied?
We didn't vote. We were trying to get through the hurdle of getting to the next step. And it was all of our intentions at one point to step down and rotate off. Not be here nearly 8 years. That wasn't the point. So we're not, I think I can speak for the group, we're not averse. Most everyone now wants to roll off, wants to get the right people involved. And it's just an unfortunate set of circumstances when you got a marina of that magnitude and no water.
I know that's been the argument for some time now, no water. But, I've been down there and the Port Authority boat has taken us down there and we drove right up to the dock. And I'm not sure what the real answer is, but I do have to agree with your original statements that it's time for a different approach and a different scheme. And sitting on this side of the table, I've heard your presentations in the past, and I've seen you come to the council and talk about this and how great it is going to be. And unfortunately, we're here today paying the bills.
Right.
And so I want to just thank you for your time that you've put into the effort. I know that the group now has built a facility at Cypress Cove.
The New Orleans Big Game Fishing Club has, yes. They were.
So what is the intent if Port Eads is opened again under a private operator or a government operator or whatever the scheme may be? Is the Big Game Fishing Club still going to support it?
Absolutely. Everyone looks to go to Port Eads that's fishing, whether they're from Orange Beach, Destin, or Houston, Texas. They're on the radio saying, is Port Eads open yet? So everyone will support it tremendously, I think. If there's water there, I think we'll all be pleasantly surprised, and I think the research groups will be even more interested. Nancy Rabelais is the scientist with the LUMCON, Louisiana University Marine Consortium. She was the lead person on the BP spill, and she told me directly her boat is the 100-foot. It's not the Pioneer. It's their boat, but if they, I'm sorry, Pelican. If they could have called on Port Eads, they would stick a flag there and make it probably economically viable just with them. And UNOLS is the global group, and at the Workboat Show in New Orleans, I met the gentleman, and he said, we have research vessels that are up to 300 feet long. We'd love to call on Port Eads and stick a flag there as well, because we're constantly in the Gulf of Mexico. And the boats might be from Maryland, they might be from San Francisco, wherever, especially Miami. So over the years, too many years, we've realized the potential, and here we are today with the water situation. And it's pretty well documented. I didn't want to overwhelm you, but when you make your decisions for the future, some of this information from the past may be helpful.
Well, thank you. I'm hoping that we do move on and approach it from a different perspective that will at least generate some revenue to this government, who is now getting ready to go ask their taxpayers to pay an extra $9 million a year, and here we sit with a $16 million facility not generating a dollar. So it's very important, I believe, for this body to move in a different direction and try to get some income out of this facility. So thank you for your efforts over the years. I enjoyed your participation in the legislative days with the raw tuna and the salads. They were good, but we do have to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Black?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kuchar. As Mr. Russo said, you've been quite supportive, and it has been a long 8 years. I've been on the council for going on 6 years now, and I've heard you speak many and many times and field many questions, sometimes unfairly, I believe. And you took the brunt of it, and you answered everything. You know, we were on this item for 30 minutes now, so you did a lot of talking. I mean, to me, I would, you know, Mr. Bartholomew has offered this for discussion. I would ask him to reconsider and put it to a vote, because frankly, I'm kind of tired of it, you know. So I want to vote on this. I'm going to support terminating the CEA, and then just everybody just move on their separate ways. So, you know, I would hope you would consider that, Mr. Bartholomew. That's all.
Mr. Blank?
Yes. Port Eads is a part of the identity of Plaquemines Parish. If you look up on the wall, you could see there's a large fish that was probably landed there. Our logo in front of the podium and on the side of every single parish vehicle is that photo of that marlin jumping offshore that was probably taken just 3 or 4 miles off the end of the rock jetty there. You know, I haven't spent a lot of time down there. I've been down there 2-3 dozen times. If we terminate this agreement, though, we're not going to have any capacity, anybody to come up with a good 5-year solid plan, anybody to advocate for the repair of the very dangerous rock jetty down there. We're not going to have anybody working to get that airstrip down there on the aeronautical charts, to get folks that have the means to support the facility start coming there a little bit easier. I mean, if y'all are ready to do this, we can do it. But I feel like maybe we need another shot. Maybe we need to regroup and see if the board wants to reconvene and maybe get some fresh blood in there and get some new ideas, put into place. I think trying to get $35 million to the Corps of Engineers to dredge South Pass is just frankly unrealistic. We don't have to dredge it ship deep and ship wide. This isn't 1960 anymore. We need to dredge that pass very narrow, like Southeast Pass, and deposit the sediment within South Pass itself so it could self-scour. That pass can be reconfigured to where it can self-scour. The plans submitted by the Corps of Engineers aren't going to do that. It's the same old thinking. Anyway, I'll support keeping it around, but I would like to see some renewed energy in the operation. Are Mr. Kuchar, are folks even still interested, or y'all ran out of steam, or what?
Gets beat up every time it comes to the podium.
Until it actually starts, it's been so misleading in the past with the Corps that it's frustrating.
All right, I yield. Thank you. Thank you for your time over the years.
Dr. Goyd?
I, for one, have watched what Port East became, and whenever we see any operation that has any potential, it takes a team of professionals to make that happen. And I know the guys that you've worked with and the dedication that they've had. Unfortunately, the river silted in, and we have no control over that. If that facility does have access, we have to have someone to quarterback that operation. I do not have confidence that parish government can operate that type of facility. And I'm going to support keeping the Port East Refuge people on. The dredging of the passes, I think now, for the first time, I see some potential that it can happen with money appropriated in the timetable. And I think when that happens, we need to have someone making decisions that have experience in making those decisions, knowing the potential, being part of the potential. Whatever happens, if it does open with or without you guys, y'all going to be there because that's what you do. That's your recreational outlet. So I hope that we can keep it together and see what happens if this thing opens up. Because if the South Pass is not dredged, I don't care who you are. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. So I yield the floor.
Mr. Albro?
I concur with Dr. Gui. Mr. Kuchar, I haven't known you for many years. We've had a few conversations, but to listen to someone with your knowledge and your context and everything you spoke, and for this board to consider changing anything without any kind of plan in place, to me is just ludicrous. If there was something presented at the table that could show us a plan that would be better than this, I'm open to it. But for now, just to cancel something just because of dislike of someone, to me, is crazy.
I don't dislike the man. I'm asking questions that my constituents ask me.
You're accusing a man based on hearsay, or you're accusing an organization of taking illegal funds based on hearsay.
Man, people told me about it, and I asked him.
Where's the canceled check?
Ask them. They might have cashed it.
Let's go. Come on. Let's move. Mr. Condiment? No. We didn't take any money.
Excuse me. Kill my mics. I'll control it. Mr. Black, you finished? Mr. Gui, you finished? Mr. Roussel.
Yes, I really can't believe what I'm hearing here. It's amazing to me that, we sit here with an agreement that is going to generate us $0 on a $16 million facility, and you individuals say you want to keep it the same. It is just mind-boggling to me. And I appreciate Mr. Kuchar's effort, and I applaud him for the efforts that he's had for the last 7 or 8 years. But at the same time, your fiscal responsibility is to the public. And if we keep the same agreement, then the same agreement will produce the same results. $0 to this government. For anybody to sit up here and try to argue about let's do the same over and over and continue to fail is amazing to me. And so, the pettiness that I heard a minute ago was also uncalled for. And, I'm hoping that people rise above that level and make a decision in the best interest of the government who owns this facility. And if you think that by continuing to do the same thing, you're going to be successful, and we heard that there's no water, and you heard that there's tremendous interest from research groups, why would we not want to try something different when we've had a failing operation for the last 7 years or 6 years or however many it's been? I've been here 6 years and it's been that way. 10 years. It's beyond comprehensive. And then you got the nerve to talk about going out and tax the public. That is what amazes me the most. So, Mr. Bartholomew, I would hope that you would put this up for a vote, for an action, and let the chips fall where they may. And if the people who vote to continue to fail win, then we will continue to fail. Thank you.
Mr. Blank?
Mr. Russo, you've seen the economy of the parish lately. We have a tremendously underutilized segment of the economy in the form of recreation fishing. In a slightly different world, you drive over the hump at St. Jude and there's palm trees and a giant sign that says world's best fishing. And it's something that we cater to. I've seen a lot of folks come into this parish and spend a lot of money. And I hear what you're saying about fiscal responsibility and our duties here and the money that facility has brought in. I understand that. What I'm asking is, do we go just a little bit more and see if there's a concrete plan, a 5-year solid plan to get that facility back into play? And if the Port Eads Fishing Refuge group cannot produce that, then we will move on. I don't know if anybody's actually asked for that from the council or the administration.
Can I comment since you addressed me?
Sure.
See if your mic is on. Mr. Roussel? Go ahead.
Mr. Blink, if we stick with the same arrangement, the existing arrangement says we get $0. So if you think that is a good deal, then vote that. But I cannot in good conscience sit here and renew a deal or continue with a deal that is a bad deal, that gives us $0. And all of these ideas about 5-year plans and dreams, reality is going to hit you November the 1st when you get a budget that eliminates half your payroll or whatever it's going to be. And you can still be going with your 5-year plan and wishes and hopes. It's not going to put $1 in the coffer. So good luck, Mr. Blink.
Ms. Newberry?
I just want to ask, so we don't have anything on the books on when they're going to dredge South Pass, John? I know they've been talking about it.
The last report we received from the Corps of Engineers is they will start dredging August 1st. They will have the dredge in place. They're going to dredge a 12-foot channel down the middle. And we are working with them to make sure that when we get to Port Eads, that we will have a plan in place to get our slip dredge to the fuel dock. That's it as of right now. If they pull the trigger, we just checked with them, got an email from them. They said they're on schedule to start, and it's a $39 million project. They'll start August 1st from the head of passes all the way through the rocks.
And do you know how long it takes to dredge a project that big?
I would say 3 to 3 months. They work 24 hours a day. They dredge in 12 feet down the center. It's going to be just a channel. It's not going to be the entire pass.
I'm sorry, how deep they're going to dredge?
12 feet.
12 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll get the big boats, you'll get the big boats.
That'll get all the boats like Mr. Kutcher and all them use. That'll be no problem for them to get in and out of there. And some crew boats, they don't draw 12 feet of water. So some of the oil field will be able to also use it.
All right, well, then I'll have to agree with Mr. Roussel, and hopefully we can generate some money.
Mr. Roussel.
Yeah, my only point was that the same agreement gets us the same money, and I don't want to keep repeating myself. I'm going to yield. Ask Mr. Bartholomew to put this up for a vote, and let's let the chips fall where they may.
Mr. Blank?
Mr. Helmers, the gap in the rocks on the east side of South Pass, it's getting bigger and bigger. Would you agree that some of that spoil needs to be reallocated to fill that gap there?
Right, they do have some disposal areas. I have a map of the area around Port Eads now, but I'm not, they'll repair that rock and they'll make the channel hold to where it don't slough in anymore. But I'm not sure, as long as it's open water, we can request a disposal area because they can permit that easier than they could permit, say in the Roseau Canes if we put it there. But the disposal areas are all in open water.
Got it, because we're going to be in the same boat in just a few years if that gap
I understand.
isn't sewn up. And from the maps that you sent me, it doesn't reflect what you just told me. There's going to be no spoil
These are
area in
new.
that
I just
area
got
with it.
these like 2 days ago. I just got this one.
Do you mind if I take a look here? Thank you. We can go for a vote.
Mr. Turner?
Burgard Turner, 161 East Bellevue, Port South, Louisiana. Just real briefly, I really was coming back. I'm just walking in on this agenda item. I was coming in to remind Mr. Henry to let you all know about the election on Saturday. But as I walked into it, want to mention to you that when we went on a tour of Port Eads and we saw the dredge ship dredging out Southwest Pass, they were dumping the spoil at the head of South Pass. So it doesn't make any sense to dredge South Pass if you're then going to dredge Southwest Pass, take the spoil, and put it at the head of South Pass and fill it back in. So it's good news that you're looking to dredge it August 1st. That's very good. But we also need to change how we're handling Southwest Pass, or what we're doing is just defeating the purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
President of Louisiana Shrimp Association. I lived there my whole life, and half of the Southwest Pass, they come dump the sediment by the head of the passes. That's one reason why South Pass is stopped up. It's never going to stop until the Corps of Engineers stop dumping the sediment in the head of the passes. The $48,000 last year y'all paid on this facility, but yet y'all want to raise the the rates on the shipyards for the public, for our Marines and our lower end. We keep getting attacked on the lower end of business about our prices. They want to raise prices, but yet they don't want to get a facility that's going to be paid. This is ludicrous. If you're going to raise up on the taxpayers, you're going to use this marina to make money to help fund the rest of these marinas. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tyrone Edwards, downtown. Mr. Richie, I am just so confused because a few minutes earlier you was talking about the money being lost on the ferry. I don't understand is it hypocrisy or confusion? Because how can you take such a hard stand on the ferry and come back and support this madness?
Mr. Patali?
Wyona Kirkland, 104 Sarah Drive. That's the same thing I'm sitting back there and listening to. We got $39 million that we can support recreation and tourists to go fishing, and we can't fix the situation with the Pontlahash Ferry, the boat, the launch, the ramp, or anything. Something is wrong. And I heard you mention it's not 1960, but we're going to treat the ferry situation like it's 1960? Come on now. Do the right thing. That's for the benefit of the people, the ferry. This is recreation and tourism.
Donald Valley. When this came up a couple of months ago, I communicated with many of the members of the Big Game Fishing Club, who I know a lot of them very personally for 20, 30 years. Unfortunately, they're in a trap like you're in a trap. There's no water. It's not going to get dredged. And you talk about holding off for a while. Richie, I commend you for wanting to do things like that and work with them. Nothing's going to happen. They're going to sit back and wait and see when it's going to be dredged. They built $1 million facility over in Renee Cross's facility. Of course, anybody that's got a big boat is going to want to tie up at the marina and go out because it's a shorter run and a lot better for the fishing aspect of it. And it's to their benefit. But no one stepped up to the plate. They have been a good lobbyist over the years, but that's kind of died off. And what Benny's talking about, get it back in your fold. If there's something comes up, they can always come back in and talk to you about they'd like to do something if they've arrived with something. But look at the other opportunities out there. I think Helmut's got a group that can probably market this thing. You can approach other people about going after. And once people hear that this is available again, you can spread the word. I mean, you got the Workboat Show coming up December 15th through 17th downtown. You can put a flyer out there. You can get out in front of them. But I think you need to terminate where you are. I think you can start again with a new group or whoever. But start over. Move on. That's my recommendation.
The Henry Belche. Hey, Dr. Gould, I got to put you on the spot. I remember when we was in the event, when you was on the council, and you proposed to do this non-profit. I told you back then that we weren't going to make any money off that deal. And guess what? 8 years later, we're still standing here with no money. But because you do a great job. Do a great job. But hey, I can tell you, no water, you're not making no money. Benny, I got to give you, you're right. Hey, you're right. It's time for a change, man. We don't have any money. We need to make some money. 8 years later, we haven't made $1. We spending money on it. Come on now. Come on. You got to start serving all the people now. Think about it.
Mr. Bartholomew, how you want to proceed?
Offer for a vote with the blank being filled on line 19, August the 4th, 2020. I offer for a vote with that amendment to the blank, fill in the blank.
We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Bartholomew, seconded by Mr. Roussel. Any more discussion from the table? Audience, machines are open. And the motion passes 7-4, 2 against. Go Go back to item 8.
Introductions of ordinances and resolutions. For Councilmember Bartholomew,
Yes, I have two. I'd like to read if you don't mind. An ordinance authorizing,
Does she have them, Mr. Pagano?
no, she don't have this one.
Okay,
I do have one other one for him, though.
okay.
I mean, you have, go ahead and read the one you have, and I'll do my two, the two after.
A resolution relative to revise and renew the cooperative endeavor agreement between Plaquemines Parish Government and Port Eads Fishing Refuge, Inc., and to provide for related matters.
That's
We
canceled.
changed. I have no one.
All right. I have one, an ordinance authorizing the director parish president or his designee to have the Point LaHash Ferry run from Monday through Sunday from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That will be presented at the Point LaHash meeting. That's all I have.
For Councilmember Arborough, an ordinance to amend and as amended readopt the Plaquemines Parish Code of Ordinances, Section 2-17, Rules for Transaction of Business Before the Council, Chapter 1, Meetings of the Plaquemines Parish Council, Rule 1, to annul, rescind, and set aside ordinance number 19-158 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2020 Library Services Fund operating expenditure budget, Libraries General Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. For Councilmember Roussel, a resolution denying or approving industrial tax exemption application number 2019-0003-ITE for applicant CNC Marina Repair LLC for participation in the industrial tax exemption program relative to their expansion project in Plaquemines Parish. For Councilmember LaFrance, a resolution indicating the intention of the Plaquemines Parish of Plaquemines, State of Louisiana, to become a participating political subdivision in the Louisiana Local Government Environmental Facilities and Community Development Authority, approving the appointment of a director to represent the Parish of Plaquemines on the Board of Directors of the authority and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and provide by Chapter 10-D of Title 33, the Louisiana Revised Statutes of 1950, as amended. An ordinance pursuant to Article Number 3, Plaquemines Parish Boat Harbor, Section 6-41, to set fees for lifting, blocking, storage, and stationary lifts at the Empire of Venice and Point LaHash shipyards and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend and as amended readopt the Plaquemines Parish Code of Ordinances, Section 2-17, Rules of Transaction of Business Before the Council, Chapter 1, Meetings of the Plaquemines Parish Council, Rule 1, to annul, rescind, and set aside ordinance number 19-158 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution indicating the intention of the Plaquemines Parish of Plaquemines, wait, I think I already read this one. I think I read this one, but I'll read it again. A resolution indicating the intention of the Plaquemines Parish of Plaquemines, State of Louisiana, to become a participating political subdivision in the Louisiana Local Government. I might have gotten it mixed up when I was shuffling. Okay, that one's already been read. That one's already been read. For Councilmember Blank, an ordinance to provide a waiver of the restriction on the placement of trailers, mobile homes, and manufactured homes in certain residential zone areas of Plaquemines Parish, specifically Districts 7, 8, and 9 from West Point to LaHash South, except Citrus City subdivision and Buras, or any other subdivision which have covenants and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. For Councilmember Konovich, a resolution expressing the Plaquemines Parish Council's support of the Louisiana Oyster Task Force and allowing them use of the Belle Chase Council chambers to hold their meetings and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And that's it for the introductions.
Mr. Blank?
To amend and as amended, readopt Chapter 15, Section 15-11 of the Code of Ordinances, usage fees for parish ferries crossing the Mississippi River and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Nine A1 is deferred, so we'll move to 9A2.
An ordinance to rescind, annul, and set aside ordinance number 403 adopted December 8, 1982. Rescind, annul, and set aside Section 6 and Section 7 of ordinance number 40 adopted at April 9, 1964. Establish Article 9 to be titled Mosquito Control of Chapter 13 of the Parish Code of Ordinances. Establish a user fee for mosquito control in order to continue to abate, control, eradicate, and study mosquitoes and other arthropods of public health importance and all activities incidental thereto and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
We have a motion by Mr. Blank, seconded by Ms. Newberry. Mr. Blank, any questions from the table?
Yeah, I'd like to explain it.
Yeah, Dr. Gui?
Let him explain it.
Okay.
Roll on the water bill, it would be $7 per month per water meter. It would generate about $900,000 annually, which is the equivalent of what the entire department draws right now. We would be able to keep mosquito control service in light of the budgetary crisis that Mr. Roussel just mentioned at the end of some of his comments around Port Eads.
Dr. Gui, you want to speak?
Yeah, I just want to comment. You know, we have a proposal for a millage that maybe in 2-4 weeks, whatever, is going to be voted upon. One of the criticisms that has been circulating, social media, and personally what I've heard from people, is that as a government, rather than put a millage, we should use the users, the people who are using the services, should be paying for those services. The millage, if it were to pass, would not generate any funding for the government until 2022. This proposal would provide immediate income. So I think that's the difference between the two as far as generating funds. Now, there's no doubt that with the millage, all the property owners would be paying, and here it would just be on the water bill, and I understand that. But I thank Mr. Blink for bringing this up because in my thinking, it would generate immediate funds, and it would be, at this point in time, the way to go. I'll yield the floor.
Mr. Roussel.
Yes, I had proposed a hybrid of this situation to where we would put $3.50 on the water bill and a $0.50 to cover everybody. And if you feel like this is the way to go and you really want to generate some good support for your millage election, stick this on the water bill next month and see what you're going to get. I'll leave it at that.
Any more questions from the table? Audience.
Dr. Gui, I agree with you. It needs to be on a fee basis rather than a millage, without question, so you can collect it from everybody. Richie, you talk about the water bill, but not everybody gets the water bill. And the better usage would be getting the electric bill, if there's any way that you can access and have the carrier, because you got more people having electric bills down here than you have water bills. You might have a water bill for one large piece of property that's serving 60 people, like a trailer park, for instance. But every one of those has a separate electric meter. So if you'd reconsider it, you're going to cover the basis of who you're serving and collect the fee pro rata, because there's a lot of people that's not going to pay.
Any more comments from the audience? Mr. Black?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think this is actually a good ordinance, as Mr. Gui has explained. It's a user fee based. I am a proponent of this. However, I'm not. I'm in opposition as of now on the millages. I have a lot of questions about the millages that have not been answered. I think this is a way to generate direct revenue. And taxing folks is not really, I think, where we need to be going right now. This is written to where, and I think Mr. Burris had a hand in writing this particular ordinance. It tells the public exactly where the money's going to go. There are no other strings attached. It has to be used for a certain thing. It's very clear. It doesn't give this council the ability to throw it into the general fund and use it for whatever we want to use it for. It has to be used for a certain purpose. And that's what I really like about it. It's not something like these millages where you can just, you're going to be robbing Peter to pay Paul at some point with those things. So I am in support of this. Thank you, Richie, I hope you move forward with it.
Any more comments from the audience?
Well, my first question is, how did we come up with $7, I guess? And my second question is, to reiterate what was just stated, you're only going to tax, because it's a tax, either way you look at it, you're only going to tax part of the people, not all of the people. And I think that goes as well as a millage. You're only going to tax some of the people. The people that rent, they're not going to pay. It's going to be the landowner is going to have to pay. And then you have all of the homestead exemptions that are not going to pay. So you're truly not getting the money that you could get in other ways. I think that we need to be fiscally responsible and do the necessary thing. Cut the budget. Straighten the budget out where it needs to be straightened, and you'll be able to pay these bills and supply the services to the people of the parish that you should be supplying.
Thank you.
Since there were a few parts to that question, I'll go with the $7. How did we come up with that first? So the mosquito control department has 2 or 3 full-time employees, and they have about 10 or 12 part-time employees. And please correct me if I'm off here, Ms. Taylor. The department has a small fleet of pickup trucks with spray equipment. They have a twin-engine Piper aircraft just over the canal with specialized guidance systems that need 2 pilots, and of course all the associated spraying equipment. We live in a drain swamp. It's a monumental task. I'm surprised they can do what they can do for the little amount of money that it costs, given how big the parish is and how much water is around here. What we did is we took the total amount of water meters, which is in the 9,000 range. There's about around 9,000 and some change. Of those, we just broke it down, simple math, and that's how we came out with $7. So this wouldn't be, you wouldn't see an increase in service. It would be maintaining what we have. If you think we need to, to help that operation out a little bit, we could increase it a little bit more and have, hopefully that would directly translate to less mosquitoes on the ground. I think the second part of your question was sort of millage versus user fee, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Rob. So with the millage, we would be capturing places like properties that say borrow pits, unused rural acreage, land speculators. Those types of folks would be captured. Folks that are homestead exempt while they enjoy mosquito control, they wouldn't be paying for it. And this seemed to be the most equitable solution. I really like Benny's idea of doing $3.50 or $3 and then a small millage. I feel like that would be maybe the most equitable, but it's very difficult to implement. It's hard to get that kind of thing through.
How much does the budget show that mosquito control cost the people of the parish for 1 year?
Ms. Taylor, can you give an exact number? $900,000 is approximate. Sometimes we use less chemicals, sometimes more.
About $900,000 for the mosquito control department for the year.
And most of those employees are part-time.
We have 6 full-time employees and 7 part-time employees.
Okay, and how much money have you calculated that this $7 will generate at 9,000 customers for 12 months?
I don't have the exact number right in front of me, but I'm sure it was around $930,000, $936,000, somewhere in there.
It's right.
Because I can't give you the exact water meter count, but it is around 9,000. I think Todd might have that information, but maybe not right at his fingertips right this second.
Somebody got a calculator? 9,000 times 7 times 12. I think that's $756,000, so it's not enough.
So we have around 9,000 meters, but we have 10,300 and some connections. That's how many people get water bills. So 10,300 water bills go out every month. So your $7 would be times 10,300.
Thank you, Todd. Can we just defer?
865?
Yeah. Five-minute recess, if you don't mind.
Still not enough. Oh.
Take a 5-minute recess, if you don't mind.
Still not enough money, folks. I don't know. I think y'all need to do some more calculating before we start passing this bill or this ordinance. Resolution.
Kendra Arneson, 280 Tangelo Drive, Buras. As I'm sitting here listening to this, I'm hearing the $7 figure across the board. So that's businesses, families, our senior citizens. There's no category for each user group here. It's $7 across the board, and some people may think that that's a fair number. But when I think of our senior citizens, I know that they're on, a limited income. So when I get my water bill for my little barbecue shack down in Venice, I pay more for garbage and waste than I do for my house in Buras because it's a business. So I think maybe take a step back and look at this again and consider businesses versus residents versus special category residents like our seniors. So before we pass just an even number across the board, I think that each of you may want to take that small thing into consideration. Thank you.
Oh, hey, Richie. Hey, Richie, look, man, you came up with that $7 figure, but like the lady just said, man, everybody can't afford $7. To some people, yeah, they can afford it, but everybody can't afford that, man. Benny had the better idea. Look, we're trying to do good government here. What works for good government, no matter who does it, let's try to do it, man. It helps everybody when government works. This is a failure, man. And then you're going to want people to vote for a tax. Try to reconsider this and think about the people, man. I know you mean well, but everybody can't afford this, man. Sometimes it's a little bit steep for some people, man. It really is. It really is, man.
I've spent a lot of time, thinking about this, laying in bed late at night, staring at my ceiling, wondering if, some people that are, living down and living in my district in houses that aren't, really put together that well, how's this going to impact them? And, at the same time, what does it look like for us not to have a fully functional mosquito control program? I don't know if living here would be tolerable without it. But I definitely hear what you're saying. I have given it a lot of thought. All right. I yield.
Reverend Evans?
Yeah, again, my sister just got up there and said what I wanted to say. You can't have a blanket fee when you got businesses doing water. I think Mr. Roussel said something real hard. If you hit people with a $7, I can tell you right now, you can come in the millage you want. That's all on their mind. You charge them $7. At the millage, you can figure you already defeated your millage. And I understand, because a lot of times, even with people low income, I understand we got to pay for some stuff. I know we had to, I lived in New Orleans place, and I know the amount of money I paid for water and stuff is nowhere near what we pay in Plaquemine Parish. You got to come in the middle somewhere. I like to start that Mr. Roussel said, the $350. You got to come somewhere, because we got to pay for stuff. We know at some point we got to do that, but you got to look at where you can help low income people at. But just come to $7, I think you're shooting yourself in the feet, and you can forget about that millage. It's going to fail.
Yeah, I agree with you on the flat fee. And last year, when I had considered this, what we did is we were going to bill people by the meter size. So, there were only a few 8-inch meters. There were a lot of 2-inch meters, that kind of thing. And, the way we had it set up, it really didn't make much of a difference. And so we just figured for ease of implementation, a flat fee across the board. But I agree that there's absolutely some equity issues when the refinery that has 600 people working is paying $7, and the old lady living in the trailer down the street's paying $7 too. No doubt about it.
Any more questions from the table?
I'm going to defer this to get more public input. We will vote on it. I'm going to reintroduce this. Yeah. Barb, could you please? Or I can read it if you like.
Roussel?
Yeah. Let me just say that, when the government's in this type of situation, I would prefer the people to bail us out than us stick them. And that's what this does. This sticks them with a fee that they had no input in whatsoever. And to defer this, you have to defer it because we have to adopt these things at the courthouse, at the parish seat. We can't adopt them in a meeting according to our charter. So you can get more public input and say you're going to vote at the next meeting, but I hope you get some input that means something to you.
Sure, Mr. Roussel.
Thank you.
This has been on the agenda so many times that it's actually falling off this time. So anybody that reads these things, they know it's been there. I actually did a big presentation on it last year, and we talked all about it. I had mosquito graphics up there with all the numbers.
Mr. Blink, let me just refresh you. The people are not going to read, and they don't really care what you're doing here today, but when they open that mailbox and they pull that $7 out and they look at it, believe me, they're going to know all they need to know. And when they go to the polls, they're going to tell you about it.
And just about every door I knocked on when I was campaigning, the first thing out of their mouth when I asked them, what's important to you, they told me mosquito control. And I will not let that program go away.
Neither will I, Mr. Blink, but I'm telling you that the approach is not the right approach. And if anybody has fought for mosquito control up here, it has been me. Because when the directors didn't do their jobs under the previous administration, I reduced their salaries in half and took that money and put it in mosquito control. So I don't need a lecture about how important mosquito control is. I can tell you.
All right, we're going to shelve it. Thank you.
Hold tight. We'll move to item 8 so you can reintroduce it. That's what you want, Mr. Blank?
Yes, please. Thank you.
We'll move to item 8 so you can reintroduce it.
An ordinance to rescind, annul, for the record, is for Councilmember Blink. An ordinance to rescind, annul, and set aside ordinance number 403 adopted December 8, 1982. Rescind, annul, and set aside Section 6 and Section 7 of ordinance number 40 adopted April 9, 1964. Establish Article 9 to be titled Mosquito Control of Chapter 13 of the Parish Code of Ordinances. Establish a user fee for mosquito control in order to continue to abate, control, eradicate, and study mosquitoes and other arthropods of public health importance in all activities incidental thereto and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. Mr. Bartholomew? We'll move to item G.
An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan, new courthouse project and replacement Point-a-la-Hash Ferry Landing project.
Motion by Mr. Bartholomew, seconded by Mr. Konovich.
Do you have some things to send out?
I'm sorry, you had the amendments?
You have them. You have them in the blue folder.
What value second? Off of the change. Go ahead, read.
The changes are we're inserting a paragraph. The third whereas will read, whereas an amendment is necessary to reimburse the BP fund in the amount of $142,304 for previous expenses for the ferry ramps from the new courthouse project. Oh, I'm sorry, there was one other change, Mr. John, excuse me. On line 17, inserting the amount of $1,600,000. It's amended by appropriating $1,600,000.
We have a motion by Mr. Bartholomew, seconded by Mr. Konovich. Mr. Bartholomew?
That is our portion of the money that we're going to collect between $6 and $7 million, our possible share, that we have to pay for the ramps as being the parish. And the ferry ramps, the ferry itself supports the courthouse. Without that ferry, that means people on Bootville, Buras, anywhere, Ironton, Upper End, have to go all the way through Belle Chase and come make the whole circle, which doesn't make any sense to me. But as my colleague next to me always did say, that any funding left in a project in your district should remain in your district. And I applaud him for that concept. And now we let that be known today, that he will vote yes on that, because that's his statement he made, true statement. And we supported him in his efforts. So with that said, I'm open for questions.
Hey, sometime it come back on you.
I can't believe that, Cole. You don't believe hearsay on this place now.
That's on tape.
Show me the tape.
Yeah. We'll get the tape for you.
Mr. Roussel.
Man, you something, bro.
Further clarify this. Am I on?
Back in. Keep back in. Go ahead, Mr. Roussel.
Yes, to further clarify this, as you know, we have funds left in the courthouse. We've had a legal opinion rendered through the legal department over a year ago that says that these funds can be utilized for our match for the $6 million Federal Highway Administration project that we've already signed up for and agreed to do. We have agreed to replace the ramps with money that we've already had in this fund. And I know there's been some effort to move this money around. However, I believe that it's a necessary appropriation. The addition, the $142,304 that we started this project with was taken out of the BP funds. And we overwhelmingly voted for that. And at that point, it was in my opinion that we have all decided that we were going to repair the ramps. So what this does is it replaces the BP money of the $142,000 into the BP fund and sets aside our match money for the $6 million grant that we have already agreed to move forward on. We have the allocations that have been made. The project manager in Baton Rouge for DOTD has signed the agreement. The engineering and design is underway, and 18 to 24 months, we should be able to go to bid. Now, I would appreciate everyone understanding that this money should be put to where we had a lengthy discussion about we can't bring garbage trucks across the ferry, the rails are rotting. I think I made some notes about the see-through docks and see-through beams that we can't even utilize because we have a limited tonnage on that ramp. Now, if we are serious about keeping ferry service at this location, as most of you have come up and testified today that it is a need, then this is the right thing to do by putting the money up so we do not lose the $6 million grant. And I'll yield to that.
Mr. Blank? Okay. Any more discussion from the table? Audience?
Okay, you told us that this is going to be 24 months before this construction ever starts, or before it goes out to bid, and then we're going to have construction. So, at the end of these 24 months, is this money going to still be around? Are we earmarking this directly for that and only for that, and not ever to be moved out of that account to be able to be used for that and only that? Because if not, you know as well as I do that we set projects, we fund them, and then the money goes away. And so I'll yield.
To answer your question, that is exactly what this does. It ties it down to that project, so we're not looking for the funds in 18 to 24 months to be able to build this project.
Thank you for doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Any more comments from the audience?
The parish president isn't here today, but if this ordinance passed, would the administration work on this, or would they sit it on the desk? Well, he's not here to answer, so I don't know what kind of answer I'm going to get. But if it passes, I wish that it doesn't sit on the desk. I hope it do some good for the people. That's all.
I can address that, Mr. Henry. I know the president's not here. Unless he vetoes this, this project is already underway. As I mentioned earlier in June, the DOTD issued the contract to proceed for the engineering and design. When the project is ready to be bid, the parish will be in a position to bid it and manage the contract. So we will need this cash to pay the contractor and manage the project as it proceeds. And as you know, right now, we have a cash flow problem. And I would not like to see us get into a situation to where we are in the middle of the ferry ramps and can't pay the contractor. This is cash money dedicated for this purpose, and this will not jeopardize the project. So it's really a bottom line issue of, do you support continuing the ferry location, and do you want to see the ferry continue there?
That's it? You? Mr. Blank?
Benny, do you think that since oil and gas revenue is down up to 65% some months, 39% other months, sales tax has been all over the place as well, do you think it might be best to wait until budget time to see how things shake out before we make this major move?
Am I on?
Key.
You're on.
Mr. Russo.
The answer to that question, Mr. Blink, as I've told you many times, it really doesn't matter what oil and gas prices or sales tax do with this issue. This is money that was dedicated by the public for the courthouse. The legal opinion has said that because the ferry serves the courthouse, that this money can be used there. And the only thing it can be used for is for courthouse functions and associated functions, which means that the sales tax and the oil and gas revenue has no bearing or impact whatsoever on this project. That's what I think.
Any more questions or comments from the table? Audience. Machines are open. And the measure passes 5 for, 2 against, 2 abstain. We'll move to item 9.3.
An ordinance approving a plan of subdivision of a portion of Tract 5E Belle Chase Plantation, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, shown on the plat of survey of Cypress Park subdivision, Phase 1B by Bryant Hammond and Associates, certified by Hugh McCurdy III, PLS, dated April 28, 2020, the owner having fulfilled all the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines, without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
We have a motion by Mr. Black, seconded by Mr. Corey Albro. Mr. Black.
One second.
No, you're not on.
It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing. Can you put me on?
Mr. Black?
Yeah, I want to insert a couple dates. Line 428, line 11, 28, line 31, 28, line 53, 28. And that's it. Basically what this is the final approval for the 60 lots on Phase 1B at Cypress Subdivision. The roads and everything are complete. This is the correct one. What it also does is that the developer has decided to assume all responsibility for roads. So there's no burden whatsoever on the parish. That's all.
Mr. Roussel?
Yeah, the question that I have is that now that we're adding the streets to the drainage and the culverts that were already in the first resolution?
I got, yeah, so I have on item 9A5, we're going to amend that old resolution and give them the streets back too.
Okay. And
so the whole neighborhood will be, they'll have full responsibility for streets, culverts, all that stuff.
I understand all of that, but the question is, right now, the streets in the corner back there, all the back there are cracked up and broken. And so it's my understanding that the homeowners association is going to be probably the expenses are going to be passed on for the maintenance of the streets and the drainage and all in the future. However, we had a proposition here at the table one time to make the developer guarantee the streets for 3 years, and we couldn't get it passed. And we only got it for 1 year. And so the streets in that subdivision right now are currently all cracked up in a specific area. So my question is, who is going to fix those streets, or are we going to pass this and turn it over to the residents who bought those houses and them get caught with the burden and not the developer? So, I mean, that's the issue that I have a personal interest in it as well. You know, my daughter lives there, and I look at her street, and I look at all of the rest of the street, and it's terrible. needs to be torn up and redone. So as the representative of the developer, who's going to fix those streets?
No, Mr. Russo, not the ordinance that I had for them to guarantee it for 5 years. Not those streets they're having problem with, huh?
Yeah, that would be.
No, I can't believe that.
They would be in that category, but
All right, well, this is Jacob Rowe, 8114 Highway 23, Bell Chase. Actually, it's quite a short answer to that. It's still under the warranty with the contractor. So things will be worked out with the contractor. He's going to fix those streets, and there should be no extra expense to the HOA for what's happened in this less than 1 year period, I think, since the streets have been in.
yeah, it's been less than 1 year. So my point is that after the 1 year, then the residents homeowners association will pick up the maintenance and cost of that.
Just as it does in the parks, which have been there for 10 years already, and we've had no issue with that, nor have actually the HOA fees have only raised one time in that time period, and that was when the pool went in.
Right, and so the point of this is that this has been less than a year, so I think, Mr. LaFrance, you had a good ordinance to make the contractor or the developer responsible for the streets for at least 3 years.
And at this point, that's irrelevant for this particular neighborhood because this particular neighborhood's taking the streets to be private. I'm just,
Yeah,
it's a little bit
irrelevant in your
different.
mind
I mean,
'cause
you
represent-
I don't want you to single out my client for this, for that other ordinance. That's more of a parish-wide thing as opposed to this is a particular subdivision where we're taking the streets private.
Mr. Bro, I appreciate you trying to defend your client.
That's what I'm
I
paid to do.
understand that's you're paid for to do. I'm paid to defend the public. And in this instance, I'm raising the issue because of the fact that they're already broken up. And it's been less than a year. So I would hope my colleagues would take an interest in maybe guaranteeing or making the developer guarantee the streets in the future for more than 1 year, since this has been less than a year.
Again, I'm here for this particular subdivision and my client for this particular approval.
I know people come up here and
Right.
they split hairs and say, I'm only here for this little dot. Don't worry about all these dots over here, but I got to worry about all these dots over here because I'll be here next year appropriating money trying to fix something that somebody said, now look at the dot.
Right. But with this approval of this ordinance and amending the prior one, the two developments that my client's done, all streets will be private and managed by his HOAs.
Yeah, but have the homeowners that have already purchased the houses in there been notified that they are now going to be responsible for the streets?
I believe so. I don't
You believe so?
particularly run
I'd like
that.
to see the document that notified those individuals who went in there and purchased property thinking that those were public streets that are no longer going to be public streets and going to be responsible under the Homeowners Association for those streets. You have a document that shows you
I do not have a document on me. I didn't know that was a question.
It's a question
today.
that I just raised.
But again, the developer builds a good product. I think he expects the streets. He knows what he's doing. He's managed a number of neighborhoods throughout southeast Louisiana. I would trust that he knows what he's doing with these finances and how to operate them.
You're missing my question or you're ignoring it?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't
Well,
have
could
any
you get us an
documentation on me.
answer
I
to
did
that?
not know.
Would you please get us an answer to let us know if the home purchasers who have purchased homes in that neighborhood are now going to be responsible for the streets? Do they know that?
I would assume they do. I do not run the HOA.
I'm not asking for
And I
any
can find out,
assumption.
I can give you a concrete answer on that for you as well.
I would appreciate that. That's what
Sure.
I'm asking for.
Yeah.
A concrete answer of the notification to the homeowners.
I'll get that for you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm sure there'll be more later, but that's what I had concerns about today.
Well, if the rose is cracking up, wonder what else is cracking up.
Who knows?
Mr. Black?
I'm just trying to find out if this is the correct, is this the correct 983 or is 984? That looks identical to me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Might be time to come back with your ordinance.
What's that?
Well, so it should be 984.
For that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, it's the same exact ordinance, it's just 984 is what we should be reading. Do you have to reread it again, or can we just say it's 984, not 983? It's the same thing. Huh? Yeah, we're voting on 984, not 3. We just,
Okay, so is 9A3 withdrawn, deferred?
That's withdrawn. It's the same exact ordinance, it's 9A4.
983 is withdrawn.
Yeah.
We'll move to 94.
Well, we're on it now, so it's already been read, Mr. Chairman.
They are different.
All right, offer, I can get a second. All right.
Seconded by Mr. Corey Arbro. Any more discussion from the table? Yeah, he gave us the number to fill in the blank.
Yeah, all the blanks are the same, 28 on all of those blanks. I got that.
Mr. Ballard.
Got that right here.
But there are already homeowners out there on those streets?
Mr. Chairman, when I was in the banking business, I ran the construction loan departments. I probably financed more of the subdivisions all in the West Bank for a long time. In such of a private subdivision as you're talking about, that sometimes get to be gated subdivisions, all of them had to be built to the parish's specifications for the street as if they would be accepted under those guidelines. I don't know that you all have any guidelines like that. Now, the developer's a very good developer. Used to finance his father. I know it, and his sister. They've done an excellent job. They've done a lot down in the parish. But if you're going to take this, it's just like state law says that on a builder, your slab is warranted for a 10-year period from the developer. Now, you all can pass whatever ordinance you want to say that they have an obligation to maintain it or post you a bond to assure you that it's going to be maintained. Benny, you hit on a nail. Homeowners go in and sign anything to get the deal done and don't read anything. If they find out that they got responsibilities in perpetuity to maintain those streets and the sewer and everything else, and the cost of it's going to be prorated, you're going to wake them up big time. But you need to have that in the ordinance. It's going to be recorded in the deed restrictions in the sale documents or anything that's offered to them. That way you get protection on there. But it's done normally around there. But if you got streets now already cracking for 1 year, fine. The guy doing the streets, he's got a 1 year warranty. But after that, he's history. You've been around enough.
Let me say this. My comments were not to inflict any shadow on the developer, and I don't appreciate it being turned in that way. My comments were the facts that the streets are crumbling. And I'm not addressing it to, the character or the developer's intentions, but those are the facts. So, to misconstrue my intent here about casting shadow on any developer is misplaced. I own a lot in the parks. I understand what the parks is. And I understand what this development is. My daughter lives there. But the fact remains that the streets are cracked up. And it's less than a year. And the issue is, do the homeowners know what they're buying? Simple as that. So don't discourage, me from making comments just because, I have those facts to express.
And I just want to say, they can meet the specs, but you have third-party inspection. That's all I have to say. And a Moulton showed a hotel in New Orleans was inspected, and you know what happened to that hotel. Okay? How you want to proceed with this, Mr. Black?
Call the question.
Question has been called for. Mr. Blank, Konovich? And the measure passes 8-0. $95.
An ordinance to amend and is amended readopt ordinance number 19-38 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
We have a motion by Mr. Black. Seconded by Mr. Corey Albro. Mr. Black.
Yeah, this is basically how I explained a little bit ago. This is amending the Phase 1A, so they'll take those streets back too.
Any discussion from the table? Mr. Roussel?
My comments are the same.
Any more comments from the audience? Hearing none, machines are open. And the measure passes 8-0. Yes.
9A6, an ordinance by the Plaquemines Parish Council as and on behalf of the West Bank Levy District and Buras Levy District to appropriate new perpetual flood protection levy, flood wall, and drainage ditch easements in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to construct the New Orleans to Venice West Bank Hurricane Protection Levy Project NOV-09, St. Jude to City Price, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, for levee, flood wall, drainage, flood access, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
So offered. We have a motion by Mr. LaFrance, seconded by Mr. Konovich, as read. Any questions from the table? Audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
(9B), an ordinance authorizing the parish president or his designee to do all things necessary and proper to effectuate a lease between Plaquemines Parish Government and Equiland, Inc., attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
We have a motion by Dr. Gouy, seconded by Mr. Albro. Dr. Gouy.
Yeah, thank you. This has been discussed several times. This is a piece of property we call a railroad spur. It has to do with drainage of the property about 1/4 of the tomato shed back to the lockup. And the lease is for $1 a year. And Mr. Buras, if you have anything to add to clarify, I'll open for questions.
Is there any question from the table? Mr. Roussel.
Clarification, this is the one, this is not the spur that we're going to buy, this is the other.
This is the pie, yeah, this is the pie-shaped lease. We call it the pie-shaped lease next to the jail. It's not the railroad spur.
Any more questions from the table? Mr. Konovich.
And we won't pay the taxes.
No, we have never paid the taxes on this.
Section 11 says the leasee.
If you'd like to amend the ordinance to say that, you can feel free to do so. I've spoken to the property owner multiple times. Like I said, I've done the research. We've never paid the taxes. We've never paid the taxes on this.
Dr. Gouy.
Well, Rennie, is there something we need to do to clarify this?
Is there anything I need to do what?
Clarify the question that, and where is that? Is that in the lease agreement?
I mean, if you have a concern, I mean, we can amend it. The thing is, we're leasing the property for $1, so there will be no activity. So it's not like the property owner has economic activity on, it's benefiting from it. What I can tell you is we've never paid $1. The property owner has we have no plans to pay taxes on it, and none of the other taxing bodies have ever asked us to pay taxes.
The issue is that the lease says we are going to pay the tax.
Well, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what's been done in the past. If Mr. Kogovich has a objection to that, and you all want to amend the lease to say to amend the ordinance to say that, you can do so. There's nothing illegal or improper about it, one way or the other.
Just amend it. Tell us what to do. Getting late.
Take that section out.
Section 1, after per month, put comma, and put, and property taxes to be paid by the property owner.
I'll offer.
Second.
A motion by Dr. Goy, seconded by Mr. Konovich. Any questions from the table?
Yeah.
Ms. Newberry?
Is this like a renewal of a lease or is this a brand new lease?
This lease was previously approved by the council back in 2016, I want to say. And so this is basically doing what we did in 2016. And this is very similar to the Ironton leases that we passed several months ago and several of the other leases.
And is this along the levee by the jail? Is it-
No, ma'am, this is on the north side of the jail.
I thought we were going to try to sell that. Sir, we'll try to.
The next one is we're going to buy that railroad spur, 35.5. This is a different piece, but it's next to this piece.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any more questions from the table? Audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
Ms. Barber, before you, I'd like you to not read 9C, and I request we move to H, 9H, Mr. Chair.
9H?
Yes, sir, please.
A resolution authorizing Plaquemines Parish government to acquire in fee 0.155 acre of land and improvements located in Section 9, Township 14 South, Range 25 East, in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, more particularly described in Exhibit A attached hereto and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Also move.
We have a motion by Dr. Gui, seconded by Mr. Alborough.
Yes, this property is also called part of the railroad spur. It separates about 3/4 of the assessor's office and the entirety of the clerk of court's office. If we are of the mindset that we would like the two properties, the property where the clerk's office is located and all of the property, including the tomato shed and the lockup and the engineering and the parking lot next to the ferry, if we would like that to be one contiguous piece of property and not be divided, in anticipation that one day it may be the will of the council to count that property as surplus and not in use for sale or for lease, it makes the property more attractive. So we've gone through the process of an appraisal, and in everyone's packet, the appraisal and the maps have been sent. So I'm offering this for your consideration to purchase this piece of property in order to make for one contiguous piece of property that would be owned by the parish. The cost of purchase, the market value, according to the appraisal, is $35,500. The funding source is
There's an ordinance on the table. There's an ordinance to be considered for the funding source. It's the ordinance that follows, and it's a transfer from the general fund to basically the Coastal Zand Land Department, where we'll use the funds to purchase the property.
and that will be,
It's $35,500.
that'll be I. We'll move to I later if this passes. Any questions? I yield.
One comment.
Yeah.
Mr. Russo?
Yeah, the other thing that we will do, we will quit paying $1,000 a month for the rent,
Right.
which is the most important part for me.
Any more questions from the table? From the audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
And if we could go to I, 9I, that would be the next thing in line. Ms. Barber, 9I, if you could read that?
Yes, sir. An ordinance to amend the 2020 operating expenditure budget, general fund, coastal zone, land department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer.
I have a motion by Dr. Gui.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Arbro. Dr. Gui.
Yes, thank you, sir. As was explained earlier, this particular ordinance is the appropriation of the funds to allow for that land purchase to take place. The funding source is coastal zone, land department, and again, the amount is $35,500. I'll answer any questions.
Any questions from the table? Audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
And I would like to withdraw item 9C.
We'll move to item 9AD.
Like to withdraw?
Withdraw.
9D. 9E. An ordinance to amend the five-year capital improvements plan retrofit building 800 project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
I offer.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Arbro, seconded by Dr. Gui.
I defer to administration to help me explain, Mr.
What are we on?
Building 800.
Building 800. Yes, this was a grant, and it was for hardening windows, roofs, and doors on that building. The work has already been done. This was additional funds. FEMA informed our grant department that there was some additional funds to do this work. So the work's been done. All this is doing is giving us the funds, at least allowing us to pay the bill for this work. It was work that was done to the windows, the roof, and the doors on Building 800.
Any questions from the table? Audience?
Quick question. How did we pay the contract to do the work?
It was a grant through HMGP.
No, originally. She's saying that, is this a reimbursement for the money that we've already paid the contractor?
Yes.
Okay.
It's going to be a reimbursement.
So what will we do with this money? Since we've already paid the contractor, what are we going to do with this money? Because now the work's already been done, we've already spent the money, we've already paid the contractor, so where's this money going to go? Just to let everybody know. Corey?
It goes back
It goes back to the general fund or wherever it came out of.
Goes where?
back into the budget where it was originally budgeted from. When you have your budget, we allocate these funds, you know you're going to get reimbursed from the BP funds. It would be a better question for Tommy to really just explain it more, but
Yes.
it's
It goes back to where we allocated it from in the budget.
Okay. And
Mr. Roussel?
I believe that we had a grant for X amount of dollars,
Yes.
and we did the contract. And so the contractor evidently spent more than $45,000. I have one coming up in a few minutes that is something similar, but you're saying that we've already spent the money, or paid the bill, or we haven't paid the bill.
We have paid the bill, and we're going to receive the funds from FEMA to put back into the budget.
The general fund?
Yes.
I think that's what he was looking for, the answer.
the answer that I was asking for.
Okay.
Okay.
Any more questions from the table?
that's what I answered you, Rob.
Audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
Here's what you said.
Item F.
Offer.
Hey,
I'll second.
can I read it first? A resolution and endorsing and supporting Woodlands Conservancy's application to FRTPL and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
We have a motion by Mr. Albro, seconded by Mr. Blank. Mr. Albro.
It's all included in your packet. I apologize, Bill asked me to offer this as he was walking out, so.
As read.
As read.
There any questions from the table? Any questions from the table? Audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
9J.
Deferred.
9K. An ordinance to amend the five-year capital improvements plan drainage good news project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Discussion? Millages?
Mine.
Millages.
We have a motion by Mr. Roussel.
I'll offer next for a second on the drainage good news.
I'll
project.
second it.
Please let me second that one.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Albro.
Yes, what this is the drainage project on Good News that has been stopped for approximately 1 year. What happened was that they started the project, and when they got into it and started excavating the canal and the culverts, the houses adjacent to it started to have problems with settlement and shift, and they had to do some more seismic work, not seismic work, but geotech work to figure out what was going on. And this adds a change order of $768,000, $768,311, which is incredible to me. And FEMA has agreed to pay this change order. However, my opinion is that somebody needs to look at the geotech contractor and get to the bottom of why this change order is needed. And I realize that no one wants to look at it because it's federal money and it's a grant, but at the end of the day, this is a tremendous change order that we are making, and I'm offering it because the project has been stalled for over a year and needs to be completed. And I'm not sure who is going to, I'm probably am sure nobody's going to look at it, but I think somebody should. I offer that.
We have a motion and seconded by Mr. Albro. Any more questions from the table? Audience?
I'm gonna be quick. I have not seen the specs on this project, and I'm hoping somebody here can answer this. I have heard that this is going to be a diesel pump. Is this true? Diesel-driven pump?
So, I'm not sure, Rob, on the power source.
Does anybody know from the administration?
No, sir.
Oh, boy. I know that a diesel engine is going to make a lot of noise, and it is a residential area. There's a couple of houses right there, right? Oh, I think you just stated that, right? I'd venture that somebody needs to look into that, and if there's a diesel engine being installed there, somebody needs to put the brakes on that and put an electric pump there. That would be much quieter. But anyway, I'll leave that alone. I'm amazed that nobody here knows this, especially from the administration. I mean, surely y'all have somebody's read the contract, somebody's read the specifications of this project. Again, do your job. Look.
Mr. Blank?
In regard to the diesel generator, what if the power goes out?
Right.
I mean, if we had an electric generator, I mean, I'm sorry, electric motor driven pump there, it would create some problems. I mean, especially, during a high rainfall event, it's a chance the power would go out. And again, if you had the electric motor and then a generator big enough to run something like that, it'd be very expensive.
Not really. Not one motor or two motors. I think you should investigate that before you would state that the generator would be too big to put there or too expensive to put there, because I think there could be a generator put there that would be adequate for probably less money than you're going to put a diesel pump and motor there. So anyway, I'll leave it.
Any more questions from the table? Audience? Machines are open.
They weren't. Administration wasn't there when this was approved.
Mr.
I'm not going
Blank?
to vote on this one.
And the measure passes 6-0 with one abstention. One not voting, I'm sorry, one not voting. Well, the other two is absent.
9P. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. 9M and 9N are being deferred.
O is deferred.
O is withdrawn.
P.
P. An ordinance to amend the firefighting fund 2020 operating revenue and expenditure budgets, ambulance department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
So offered.
Second.
Any questions from the table? Audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
R, an ordinance to amend the Library Services Fund 2020 operating revenue budget, Libraries Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
So offered.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Konovich. Any discussion from the table? Audience?
Mr. Chairman, on this, to amend this budget for our libraries, what does that amendment look like? Is that to decrease funding or increase funding for the library?
Increased funding
The CARES Act.
that we was awarded funding.
Okay,
$6,562.
thank you.
Any more questions from the audience?
Read your screen.
Machines are open. Konovich? And the measure passes 7-0.
S, an ordinance to amend the General Fund 2020 operating revenue budget, Ferries, General Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
So offered.
Second.
And the amount is $749,528. Any question from the table? Yes, yes. We was awarded the funding. Yeah, we was awarded the funding.
From the CARES Act.
We was awarded the funding from the CARES Act. Any question from the table? Audience? Machines is open. And the measure passes 7-0.
That's what all of these are, Karen, actually.
T, an ordinance to amend the General Fund 2020 operating revenue and expenditure budgets, Community Action Agency, FEMA, General Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
So offered.
Second.
And the amount is $5,899. Any questions from the table? Audience? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
U, an ordinance to amend the General Fund 2020 operating revenue and expenditure budgets, Community Action Agency, General Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
So offered,
Second.
and the amount is $6,030. Twice. Any comments from the table? Audience? Machines are open. Ms. Newberry?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And the measure passes 7-0.
9V is being deferred. 9W, a resolution ordering and calling a special election.
That's deferred too.
Oh. Nine X, an ordinance to amend the 2020 operating expenditure budget, general fund, parish council, general department, and the 5-year capital improvements plan, construction, new courthouse project, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Offer.
With changes.
With changes.
We'll actually fill in the blanks. On line 18, the object number 532.001 will be added, and also on line 18, the description is professional services general.
And the amount is 5,000?
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask a question? I didn't look at this. This is not using bond money. This is parish money in this project?
Courthouse money.
Courthouse money.
Or the courthouse.
Courthouse bond money or courthouse parish money?
Courthouse bond.
Money they have in the bond.
Where says that?
For the construction. That construction money.
All right. But, so it's related to professional services related to infrastructure?
For the courthouse.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
This is soundproofing, explain it.
We're having problems with the
Electrical, that's right.
power system down at the courthouse. Well, with
I just want to make sure it wasn't being used for operating money, that's all.
no, it's for equipment
Put
to
filters
redo
in for
something.
the electric.
Yeah.
Any more questions from the table? Audience? Machines are open.
I'm coming.
And the measure passes 7-0.
And 9Z is being withdrawn.
He is withdrawn.
Please withdrawn.
Mr. Chairman, the legal department had a request that we suspend the rules to consider a resolution I had presented to the council secretary earlier.
Yes.
A resolution authorizing the parish president through the parish attorney's office on behalf of the Plaquemines Parish government to file suit for damages and/or civil penalties owed to the parish by Thomas Cothrone and his liability insurer, Hartford Accident and Indemnity Company, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I have a motion to suspend the rule. I have a motion by Mr. Donovich, seconded by Mr. Albro. Suspend the rules. Machines are open.
Oh, thank you.
And the measure passes 7-0. Now,
A resolution authorizing the parish president through the parish attorney's office on behalf of the Plaquemines Parish government to file suit for damages and/or civil penalties owed to the parish by Thomas Cawthron and his liability insurer, Hartford Accident and Indemnity Company, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer.
we have a motion by Mr. Konovich,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Blank. Any questions from the table? From the audience?
How much damages are you suing for, Randy?
We're suing for all the damages we can get.
You didn't specify, huh?
I don't know the precise amount.
Okay.
The gentleman ran into a light pole, whatever the specified damages are, that's what we're going to go after. We've been unsuccessful to this point to work this out with the insurer. We're running up against prescription, and so this allows us to file the suit and preserve our claim.
Okay.
Next item, please.
Got a vote.
We have to vote.
We have to vote. Any more questions from the table, from the audience? It's getting late.
Councilmember Blank?
The measure passes 7-0.
B, District 9 update, Councilmember Konovich, discussion regarding grass on side the roads and ditches on levees.
Heard all, I talked to him already.
And defer mine, C.
Just to give y'all a heads up, we have about 25 minutes remaining on this recording. So if anyone has something to say that goes beyond that time, we'll have to shut down the system and restart the recording.
Item 10D.
District 8 update, Councilmember Blank, boat harbors and shipyard discussion, budget items, number 1. A.
Absolutely. If anybody in the audience has any questions regarding boat harbor issues, we have a number of items here on the agenda, so anybody could talk about those today, including boat harbor and shipyard discussion, budget items, professional services, total number of boat lifts, update on total percentage of people not paying for slips, update on surveillance cameras at the boat harbors, and the date of the next public meeting.
I think the next public meeting is the
14th at 5 p.m. at the Buras YMCA.
Kendra Arneson, 280 Tangelo Drive, Buras. Mr. Helmers, if you could have this information for all these questions at that July 14th meeting, I think we could probably have that discussion then. Mr. Blink, if that would be good with you, unless anybody else in the room has anything else to say about this, I think that that'd probably be the appropriate place before we bring it in front of council.
Certainly.
Thank you.
There's much to do on Facebook, and we've had a number of meetings, and I wanted to make sure it was on the agenda and people had the opportunity to talk about it.
Yeah, we need to get these issues with our shipyard and harbors resolved so that we can move forward and have a fiscally responsible department so that we can secure our infrastructure that supports our industry.
Agreed. There's been many improvements just lately. Helmers, John, would you like to? You're doing the work. Take the credit, man.
Well,
Thank you.
currently we installed all brand new lighting on the South Empire Harbor. That's done.
Angola out there.
What's that?
It looks like Angola out there. It's bright.
Good. That's what we wanted. The security cameras, we have a couple down at Empire, but we've installed security cameras at Buras. The cameras are working at Venice. All the cameras are working at Venice, so we're good there. Point Lahash, we have some cameras ordered there. We've been cleaning up. We've been catching a lot of, from the last storm, we caught a lot of trash that went in there. Some incidents that happened, the old shrimp dock down in Venice, someone parked their boat over there, did some repair work, and spilled probably 20 to 30 gallons of old oil all over the place. So we had to contract ES&H to come in and do an emergency clean. We filed a ticket. And when we file a ticket, they got to come in and inspect the entire harbor. So we had to have the tanks dug up, all the old oil, all that stuff taken care of. So that's being cleaned. What else we have on the list?
How much do you think that bill might cost us?
That bill right there, probably $15,000.
$15,000.
Yes, for the work that's done. Now, also, we repaired, it's been highly requested that the stationary hoist be fixed in Venice. We spent $7,600 to have that fixed. We have to, a little bit more work. We have to buy new slings because it's been out so long, the slings are rotten. So we'll be purchasing the new slings, leveling up the ground, and we'll have that ready. But we continue to clean, being limited on employees. Well, one other one just resigned, so we'll be looking to restaff those positions that are open. We're sending a team right now from harbor to harbor to get grass cut, get cleaned up, because we have to pull them all together. I mean, I got about 5 left, so they're doing a good job. They've been in Point LaHash for the last 2.5 days getting that straightened up.
Thank you. Y'all have been getting some stuff done. We really appreciate it. The harbors are beginning to look a little bit better. Rob?
Can I make one request that I've made several times that it seems to fall on deaf ears? Can anybody run a report utilizing the last 5 years and with that load of boats in the harbors and boats on the shipyards separately at whatever rate you need to be to find out where the break even is at? I don't think anybody's done that. I know they haven't done it. Administration hasn't done it. Nobody has done this. And until we do that, it's a WAG. And I hope everybody here knows what a WAG is, right? It's a WAG. It's a wild guess as to what we're going to generate until you run the numbers, utilizing something that in the past. So I'm saying 5 years. So look, we're about to run out of time.
And that's exactly what we want done, because we keep getting targeted in Venice. We 81,000 hours to the good in a year. Richie, you got a bigger shipyard, you have a bigger marina, and you're way out of whack. Run the numbers, see where it's at, how many boats is in there, who's paying for it, because we've been targeting in Venice. We done been tagged our boats. We done been pushed, a storm coming 3 days out, give you 72 hours to get out of the harbor with a storm in the Gulf coming at us.
Please don't loop this in with me. I'm not stickering boats out there.
I'm just telling you, we was targeted, but yet they keep talking about privatize our marina. Venice is the only marina in the parish that's got a surplus, $81,000. So we'd appreciate it if we wouldn't be targeted as much as we've been targeted. And that's an issue. And
Yeah.
Martin, you know where we at. You know, don't target us because of the fact that the rest of them are not making money.
I don't
to the good.
believe that's the case. I mean, you could see, from Helmer's report, he just $7,600 to repair the hoist, $15,000 in oil spill cleanup. I mean, he's using that surplus. All right, we better take.
And we don't mind paying for what's there, but just don't target just us. Target the rest of them and see where the problem's at and solve the problem before you targeted us. That's the biggest issue.
John, could you commit to doing a 5-year look at this? I know it's
We've beat
not
this
easy.
horse to death.
What's that?
I said we beat this horse to death. We've beat this horse to death on the budget, looking back at the past, comparing to the present, and just the little bit time in the present, we've had made great strides of compared to, you talk about boat lifts. So let's look at the first 3 months or 4 months, including COVID. For this year, we picked up 111 boats. Previous years, we averaged 74 boats per year, and we went back 3 years to look at that information. Our problem is 20% or more of the folks are not paying their slip rental, okay? Just two slip rentals that we collected in the past, and that's part of the reason you see Venice going up higher, was $17,000. These people ain't paid in 5 or 6 years. We have to get this managed out. We have to get these slips right. We have squatters, okay? We have pirates. We're going to address all that, but it's not going to happen overnight. But that shipyard cannot run on the rates that we have now.
And if there is a slight surplus from time to time, that means you could take better care of the equipment. There's less breakdowns.
That's right. We don't have no preventative maintenance program in place. We don't have the oil inspection in place. People change their oil in their boats. They leave their containers right there on the dock. They leave them all over the place. I mean, I have pictures. I have everything to show at that meeting to go through that ordinance. I mean, we do a lot, but they have to do their share also. I mean, it's their shipyard. We're going to provide good service to them, or it's their harbor, but they don't take care of it.
I've been hearing on the street people are getting a little bit better about paying their bill and that kind of thing. They know that folks mean business now.
And Richie, there may be a surplus if everybody paid their bills, because I've been in the marina since it was built. You know, the reason why the Venice Marina was there, the land was donated. And in the late 70s and 80s, we used to park the number 2 slip. Louisiana Fruit said they wanted to develop the land. So they donated the marina down there for us to go into as no charge at the time. But now we have functions there. We know we need to pay. That's not an issue. That's not the issue. The issue is be professional about how you do it. Just don't come in and try to ram something down your throat and start tagging boats without even talking to the man that owns the boat and try to work out a deal with him. Be professional.
Again, I just want to point out, because this is on video, hopefully still.
Be professional about how you do it.
Anybody's boats.
Be professional how you do it. Just go talk to the man. If he owes you money, get him that way. Just don't come in there and start pushing it down your throats, tagging the boat, saying, I'm going to take your boat. And be professional.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure.
Don't shove it down our throat. Like we don't mind and we don't care. We do care.
Yeah.
This is our marina. We do care.
How many letters, John, went out? Four letters certified?
Collection levels.
For collection. So some of those were like,
What about Empire and Beerus? I know they're not up to date, but just us letters went out. We got pushed on. Do the rest. Make sure the rest of them pay. And we may be enough to where we can cover them. And it can break even, Mr. Benny. It may be able to break even if you get everybody to pay. Without even going up.
So, John, you have it breaking even in a year and a half, correct?
Venice Marine is $81,000 to the
That's
good.
correct.
Port East is $48,000 you paid last year. And y'all's about to give it back to him. Y'all paid $48,000 to Port East, and y'all's about to give it back to him.
We didn't.
Thank you, Benny. Because of you. That's why. I know me and you've been on the outs lately, but I'm telling you, you showed me a world of difference today at this meeting of how you take care of the people. And I thank you for that. But if he did the right thing and talked to the people before he started pushing on them, this thing would have worked out a whole different way. It wouldn't have came out like this. We would have agreed to do it. But you're coming in, you try to push people around and say, you got to go. A storm's coming in the Gulf, you got to get the boat out here in 72 hours. That is not professional.
All right, let's proceed.
And I thank y'all. Thank y'all for y'all.
Thank you, AC. Yield.
Number 2, discussion on grass cutting along parish right-of-ways. Mr. Blaine.
Oh, I'm going to defer that, and I'll defer the other one too. Oh, I tell you what, for number 3, just briefly, I wish Mr. Lapine was here, but I think given the budgetary issues that we're facing, maybe we need to do a few workshops or, get a few folks from the community to come in, maybe get back in the pavilion and spread out and get, some big whiteboards and try and, talk about what the next few years look like. I mean, we know what we need to do, but I don't know if folks out in the public just realize just how dire the situation is. We're having to ask the little old ladies to pay $7 on their water bill. It's getting to be crunch time here.
We can have that discussion with you this week and talk about what you want to do.
Great. Thank you very much.
10E, District 3 update, Councilmember Arborough.
Let me not hear.
F, defer. G, District 7 update, Councilmember LaFrance, update on Diamond Park concession.
Yes. Mr. Eppley, could you please get with, because I called him, he never recalled me back. Could you please get with Mr. Ken Dugas and finish up the plans for the Diamond Park so I can get it, so we can get it out to go to bids. Because I have the people from LNG and Phillips 66 is asking me where we at on that project.
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay. Highway 11, they started working on Highway 11 back today. Post South Library, they're continuing working on Post South. They're moving pretty good. Post South Fishing Pier, they started driving pilings Monday, so they're working on that. That's it. Thank you.
10H, District 6 update.
Defer.
I, discussion of Building 200, Councilmember Roussel.
The only thing that I would ask of the administration is to provide us with a set of the plans that we've talked about for some months now, to see what we're actually talking about? That's another request.
Yes, sir.
10J, announcement of public meeting to be held August 13, 2020, to consider adopting resolutions ordering and calling an election to authorize the levy of special taxes therein for Councilmember LaFrance. Number 11, approval of the minutes from the June 25th, 2020 meeting.
We have,
Offer.
we have a motion by Mr. Benny, seconded by Mr. Konovich. Any questions? Machines are open. And the measure passes 7-0.
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn by Mr. Russell, seconded by Mr. Blake. Machines are open.
Vote no.
Now we can't adjourn.
And the measure passes 6-4, 1 against. We have adjournment at 10:05 p.m.